In the sleepy village of St. Mary Mead, a poisoner lurks, striking under the guise of suicide, leaving no trace but death. Who could turn a farmer's honest life into a deadly riddle? Why does a newcomer's charm hide dark secrets? And how will Miss Jane Marple, with her quiet knitting and sharper mind, set a trap so clever it unmasks a murderer who thought they'd never be caught? Step into a web of lies, greed, and betrayal, where one false move could mean another life lost in. Only Miss Marple sees the truth. Chapter 1. A quiet morning in St. Mary Mead. The spring sun cast a gentle glow over St. Mary Mead, its golden rays filtering through the budding branches of the ancient oaks that lined the village green. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of freshly turned earth and the faint sweetness of blooming primroses. It was the kind of morning that seemed to promise nothing more dramatic than the chirping of sparrows or the clatter of milk bottles on doorsteps. In her modest cottage on the edge of the village, Miss Jane Marple sat by her open window, her knitting needles clicking rhythmically as she worked on a pale pink shawl. The soft wool slipped through her fingers, each stitch a quiet counterpoint to the hum of village life outside. Miss Marple's cottage was a picture of understated charm, its whitewashed walls and thatched roof blending seamlessly with the surrounding countryside. Inside, the sitting room was cozy, filled with chintz-covered armchairs, a small oak table adorned with a lace doily, and shelves lined with books and porcelain figurines. The window offered a perfect view of the high street, where villagers went about their morning routines. From her vantage point, Miss Marple could see the postman cycling past, his satchel bulging with letters, and Mrs. Weatherby, the vicar's wife, hurrying toward the church with a basket of flowers for the altar. It was a scene she had observed countless times, yet she never tired of it, for the rhythms of St. Mary Mead were as familiar to her as the patterns in her knitting dot. Her sharp blue eyes, undimmed by age, flickered toward the street as a burst of laughter drifted up from the direction of the village shop. Mrs. Price, the shopkeeper, was holding court as usual, her voice carrying over the chatter of her customers. Miss Marple's lips curved into a faint smile. The shop was the heart of St. Mary Mead's gossip, a place where secrets were traded as freely as shillings. She had no need to visit herself. Her maid, Cherry Baker, would return soon enough with a basket of groceries and a wealth of tidbits gleaned from the morning's conversations. For now, Miss Marple was content to listen from afar, her needles moving steadily as she pieced together the villagers' latest intrigues. The topic of the day, it seemed, was the arrival of Mr. Reginald Hawthorne, a newcomer who had taken up residence at Ashfield Manor, the grandest house in St. Mary Mead. The manor, a sprawling Georgian pile with ivy-clad walls and tall chimneys, had stood empty for years, its previous occupants having moved to London. The news of a tenant had set tongues wagging, and Mr. Hawthorne's arrival 2 weeks prior had only intensified the village's curiosity. He was a businessman, or so he claimed, with a smooth manner and a wardrobe of impeccably tailored suits that spoke of wealth. Yet there was something guarded about him, a reluctance to share details of his past that had piqued the villagers' suspicions. Miss Marple had seen him only once, when he passed her cottage on his way to the manor. He had tipped his hat with a charming smile, his dark eyes meeting hers for a brief moment. There was a polish to him, a practiced ease that reminded her of a young man she had known in her youth, a charming rogue who had swindled half the county before vanishing with a widow's savings. Miss Marple did not jump to conclusions. Of course, she never did. But she filed the observation away, as she did all such impressions, to be considered later in the light of further evidence. Cherries, return interrupted her musings. The young woman bustled into the cottage, her cheeks flushed from the walk and her arms laden with a basket of provisions. "Morning, Miss Marple," she said cheerfully, setting the basket on the kitchen table. The shop was all aflutter. Today you'd think the king himself had moved into Ashfield Manor, the way they're carrying on about Mr. Hawthorne. Miss Marple's needles paused. "Indeed," she said, her voice mild but her interest sharp. "And what are they saying about our mysterious newcomer?" Cherry grinned, clearly relishing the chance to share the gossip. "Oh, all sorts. Mrs. Price says he's ever so charming, always buying the best cuts of meat and tipping generously. But Mrs. Weatherby thinks there's something off about him, too secretive, she says. Won't talk about where he's from or what he does, beyond saying he's in business. And then there's Tom Bradley, the farmer up at Hill Farm. He's been telling everyone who will listen that Hawthorne's up to no good. Says he's been poking around the manor's boundaries, asking questions about land prices." Miss Marple's eyebrows lifted slightly. "Tom Bradley," she murmured. "He's not one to mince words, is he?" "Not a bit," Cherry agreed, unpacking a loaf of bread and a jar of marmalade. "He was in the shop this morning, red as a beet, and shouting about how Hawthorne tried to buy his lower field for half its worth. Said he wouldn't sell to a slippery city fellow like that, not for all the money in London." Miss Marple nodded, her mind already turning over the implications. Tom Bradley was a sturdy, honest man, known for his stubborn pride and his devotion to his land. Hill Farm had been in his family for generations, and he was not the sort to take kindly to outsiders meddling in his affairs. A dispute over land could stir up all sorts of trouble, especially in a village where loyalties ran deep. She made a mental note to keep an ear out for further developments. The morning passed quietly, with Miss Marple dividing her time between her knitting and a slim volume of poetry she had borrowed from her nephew, Raymond West. The verses were modern and somewhat baffling, but she found them oddly stimulating, like a puzzle that refused to be solved. By noon, the village had settled into its usual rhythm, the earlier excitement over Mr. Hawthorne giving way to the mundane tasks of daily life. Miss Marple took her lunch a simple affair of soup and breading, the dining room, her thoughts drifting back to the newcomer. There was something about him, something that didn't quite fit with the sleepy pace of St. Mary Mead, but she would not rush to judgment. Patience, she had learned long ago, was the key to unraveling life's mysteries. The afternoon brought a change in the air, a sudden stillness that often preceded a storm. Miss Marple glanced out the window, noting the gathering clouds on the horizon. She was about to return to her knitting when a commotion erupted down the street. Voices raised in alarm, footsteps pounding on the cobblestones. It was not the usual bustle of the village. She set her needles aside and rose, moving to the door just as Cherry burst in, her face pale. "Miss Marple," she gasped. "It's awful. Tom Bradley's been found dead in his barn. They're saying he was poisoned." Miss Marple's heart gave a quiet lurch, though her expression remained calm. "Poisoned," she repeated, her voice steady. "Who found him, Cherry?" "Jimmy, the lad who helps at the farm," Cherry said, wringing her hands. "He ran to the shop, screaming for help. Dr. Haydock's there now, and the constable's been called. Oh, it's dreadful. Tom was such a good man, always kind to everyone." Miss Marple nodded, her mind already racing. Poison was a deliberate act, one that required planning and intent. It was not the sort of thing one associated with a man like Tom Bradley, whose disputes were more likely to end in a shouted argument than a silent death. She thought of his recent clash with Mr. Hawthorne, the whispers of money and land. Could there be a connection? It was too soon to say, but the possibility lingered like a shadow. "Tell me everything you heard, Cherry," Miss Marple said, returning to her chair and picking up her knitting. The familiar motion steadied her, allowing her thoughts to flow freely. Every detail, no matter how small. Cherry took a deep breath, her words tumbling out in a rush. Jimmy said he went to the barn to fetch some tools, and there was Tom lying on the floor near the hay bales. His face was all twisted, like he'd been in pain. There was a bottle of something next to him. Dr. Haydock thinks it's arsenic, from what they're saying. The whole village is in a state. Mrs. Price says it must be suicide, because Tom's been struggling with the farm, but Mr. Weatherby thinks it's murder. And, well, some folks are looking at Mr. Hawthorne, what with their argument and all. Miss Marple's needles clicked softly, a counterpoint to Cherry's agitated voice. "Arsenic," she murmured. "A nasty way to go. And a bottle beside him, how convenient." Her tone was mild, but her mind was anything but. Arsenic was not a common household item, not anymore. It suggested premeditation, a careful hand, and the timing, so soon after Tom's public dispute with the newcomer, was curious indeed. The rest of the afternoon passed in a blur of activity. The village was alive with speculation, neighbours gathering in small knots to whisper their theories. Miss Marple remained in her cottage, content to let the gossip come to her. By evening, Cherry had returned with more details. The constable had cordoned off the barn, and Dr. Haydock had confirmed the presence of arsenic in the bottle found near Tom's body. The coroner would hold an inquest in a few days, but for now, the village was left to grapple with its shock and grief. As dusk settled over St. Mary Mead, Miss Marple sat by her fire, her knitting forgotten in her lap. The death of Tom Bradley was no ordinary tragedy. There was a pattern here, a thread that needed pulling. She thought of Mr. Hawthorne with his polished manners and guarded eyes. She thought of the land dispute, the whispers of money, the bottle of poison so neatly placed. And she thought of the village itself, with its quiet routines and hidden currents. St. Mary Mead was a place where secrets rarely stayed buried for long, and Miss Marple had a knack for uncovering them. She rose, moving to the window to draw. The curtains. The street was quiet now, the lamplight casting soft pools of gold on the cobblestones. Somewhere out there, a murderer was hiding, cloaked in the ordinary rhythms of village life. Miss Marple's lips curved into a small, determined smile. She would find them, as she always did, by watching and listening, by piecing together the fragments of human nature that others overlooked. For now, she would knit and wait, knowing that the truth, like her stitches, would come together in time. The next morning dawned grey and heavy, the promise of rain hanging in the air. Miss Marple rose early, her routine unchanged despite the turmoil in the village. She breakfasted on tea and toast, her thoughts returning to Tom Bradley's death. Cherry arrived soon after, bringing news from the shop. The villagers were divided, some clinging to the idea of suicide, others convinced of foul play. Mr. Hawthorne, it seemed, had not been seen since the day before Tom's death, a fact that only fueled the speculation. "He's keeping to himself up at the manor," Cherry said, pouring Miss Marple a second cup of tea. "Mrs. Price says he sent his housekeeper, Mrs. Phelps, to the shop yesterday, but he hasn't shown his face. Folks are saying he's got something to hide." Miss Marple sipped her tea, considering. "Mrs. Phelps," she said thoughtfully. "What do we know about her?" Not much, Cherry admitted. She's new, came with Mr. Hawthorne when he took the manor. Keeps to herself, mostly. Bit sharp with her tongue, Mrs. Price says, but she does her job well enough. Miss Marple nodded, filing the information away. A housekeeper could see and hear much in a grand house like Ashfield Manor. If Mr. Hawthorne was involved in Tom's death, Mrs. Phelps might know something, whether she realized it or not. Miss Marple resolved to pay a visit to the manor, perhaps under the guise of her charity work. It was a tactic she had used before, and it rarely failed to yield results. The morning passed with the usual tasks: a bit of gardening, a letter to her nephew Raymond, and a careful review of the parish magazine, which often contained more insights into village life than its editors intended. By midday, the rain had begun, a soft drizzle that turned the streets to mud and kept most villagers. Indoors, Miss Marple, undeterred, donned her raincoat and sturdy shoes, her umbrella tucked under one arm. She had decided to visit the village shop herself, both to stock up on provisions and to gauge the mood of the community. The shop was a small, cluttered space, its shelves lined with tins of biscuits, jars of preserves, and packets of tea. Mrs. Price stood behind the counter, her round face flushed with the excitement of being the village's chief source of news. A handful of customers lingered, their voices low but animated. Miss Marple greeted them with her usual courtesy, her eyes taking in every detail. The nervous fidgeting of young Jenny Hill, the baker's daughter. The sharp glance Mrs. Weatherby cast toward the door. The way Mr. Price, the shopkeeper's husband, hovered near the back, listening but saying little. "Good morning, Mrs. Price," Miss Marple said, placing her basket on the counter. "I thought I'd brave the rain for some sugar and a tin of cocoa. And perhaps a bit of news what's the village saying about poor Tom Bradley." Mrs. Price's eyes lit up, eager to share. "Oh, Miss Marple, it's a terrible thing. There, saying it's arsenic, plain as day. Dr. Haydock's certain of it. Some think Tom took his own lifetimes, have been hard at the farm. You know, but I can't believe it. He was a fighter, Tom was. And then there's that Mr. Hawthorne, stirring up trouble with his talk of buying land. You mark my words, there's more to this than meets the eye." Miss Marple nodded, her expression one of polite concern. "It does seem strange," she agreed. "Tom was not the sort to give up easily. And Mr. Hawthorne, has he been about?" "Today, not a sign of him," Mrs. Price said, lowering her voice conspiratorially. "His housekeeper was in yesterday, buying a few things, but she didn't say much. Mind you, she had a look about her, like she was nervous, and that brooch she was wearing far too fancy for a housekeeper, if you ask me." Miss Marple's interest sharpened, though she kept her tone light. "A brooch, you say? How curious. Perhaps a gift from Mr. Hawthorne." Mrs. Price snorted. "If it was, he's got more money than sense. It was gold, with a pearl in the centre. I'd wager it cost more than my shop makes in a month." The conversation was interrupted by the arrival of another customer, but Miss Marple had heard enough. She paid for her purchases and stepped back into the rain, her mind turning over the new information. A housekeeper with an expensive brooch, a secretive businessman, a poisoned farmer was a puzzle, and Miss Marple loved nothing more than a puzzle. She made her way home, her umbrella shielding her from the drizzle, her thoughts already weaving a pattern from the scattered threads of gossip back at her cottage. Miss Marple settled by the fire with a cup of tea and her knitting. The pink shawl was nearly finished, its delicate stitches a testament to her patience. She thought of Tom Bradley lying cold in his barn, and of the bottle of arsenic so conveniently placed beside him. She thought of Mr. Hawthorne, with his charming smile and guarded ways, and of Mrs. Phelps, with her sharp tongue and costly brooch, and she thought of St. Mary Mead, where the surface of life was calm but the undercurrents were strong. The rain continued to fall, a steady patter against the windows. Miss Marple's needles clicked, her mind as sharp as ever. She would watch and listen, as she always did, and in time the truth would reveal itself. For now she was content to knit, to wait, and to let the village's secrets unfold at their own pace. Chapter 2. The Inquest and First Suspicions. The Village Hall of St. Mary Mead. A sturdy stone building, with ivy creeping up its walls, stood at the heart of the village, its oak doors creaking as villagers filed in for the inquest into Tom Bradley's death. The spring sunlight streamed through the tall, arched windows, casting long shadows across the wooden benches where the villagers sat, their faces a mix of curiosity, grief, and unease. The air was thick with the scent of polished wood and the faint mustiness of old hymnals stacked in a corner. A low murmur rippled through the crowd, punctuated by the occasional cough or shuffle of feet. Miss Jane Marple, seated near the back, her knitting needles clicking softly in her lap, observed the scene with her usual quiet attentiveness. Her sharp eyes, framed by delicate spectacles, darted from face to face, noting every expression, every whispered exchange. The coroner, Mr. Grayson, a wiry man with a pinched face and a penchant for efficiency, stood at the front of the hall behind a polished table. His papers were neatly arranged, and his voice, when he spoke, carried a clipped authority that silenced the room. "Order, please," he said, rapping his gavel lightly. "We are here to inquire into the death of Thomas Bradley, found deceased in his barn on the morning of April 12th. Let us proceed with the evidence." Miss Marple's needles paused as she leaned forward slightly, her attention fixed on the coroner. She had attended many inquests in her time, not out of morbid curiosity, but because they offered a window into the truth, or, more often, the half-truths that people wove around sudden death. Tom Bradley, a robust farmer with a hearty laugh, and a reputation for fairness, had been a fixture in St. Mary Mead. His death had sent ripples through the village, and Miss Marple, with her knack for sensing when something was amiss, felt a familiar prickle of suspicion. The first to speak was Dr. Haydock, the village physician, who had examined the body. He stepped to the front, his round face sombre under his greying hair. "I examined Mr. Bradley at approximately 9 o'clock on the morning of his death," he began, adjusting his glasses. "He was found in his barn, lying on a pile of hay, with a bottle of arsenic-based pesticide nearby. The cause of death was poisoning, specifically from ingestion of arsenic. The symptoms severe abdominal pain, nausea, and collapse are consistent with acute arsenic poisoning. Based on the state of the body, I estimate he died between midnight and 3 in the morning." A murmur ran through the crowd, and Miss Marple's eyes narrowed. Arsenic was not an uncommon substance on a farm used for pest control, but its presence in Tom's body raised questions. She glanced at Mary Bradley, Tom's widow, seated in the front row. Mary, a slight woman in her early 40s, with mousy brown hair pinned tightly under a black hat, clutched a handkerchief to her face. Her shoulders trembled, but Miss Marple noted the way her eyes darted nervously toward the door, as if expecting someone or something to appear. The coroner called the local constable, P.C. Hargreaves, next. Hargreaves, a stocky man with a ruddy complexion, shifted uncomfortably as he took the stand. "I was called to the Bradley farm by Mrs. Bradley at 7 in the morning," he said, his voice gruff. She found her husband in the barn when she went to check why he hadn't come in for breakfast. The bottle of pesticide was open, lying next to him. There was no sign of a struggle, and nothing seemed out of place in the barn. Did you find any note or indication of Mr. Bradley's state of mind? Mr. Grayson asked. No, sir, Hargreaves replied. No note, no letter, just the bottle and, well, Mr. Bradley. Miss Marple's needles resumed their quiet rhythm. No note, she thought. Tom Bradley was not the sort of man to leave loose ends, let alone take his own life without a word. She had known him for years, had seen him at the village fete, laughing with his neighbours, always ready with a kind word or a helping hand. Suicide seemed as unlikely as a snowstorm in June. The coroner turned to Mary Bradley, who rose slowly, her face pale. Mrs. Bradley, he said, not unkindly, can you tell us about your husband's behaviour in the days leading up to his death? Mary twisted her handkerchief, her voice barely above a whisper. Tom was worried, sir. He'd been arguing with Mr. Hawthorne, the new gentleman at Ashfield Manor, about some land Tom owned. Mr. Hawthorne wanted to buy it, but Tom wouldn't sell. It made him cross, but I never thought. Her voice broke, and she pressed the handkerchief to her eyes. Miss Marple watched closely. Mary's grief seemed genuine, but there was something in her posture, a stiffness, that suggested more than sorrow. She filed the observation away, her mind already turning over the mention of Reginald Hawthorne. The newcomer had arrived in St. Mary Mead only a month ago, taking up residence in the grand Ashfield Manor with an air of mystery that had set tongues wagging. His polished manners and tailored suits stood out in the village, and his reluctance to share details of his past had only fueled speculation. Miss Marple had met him once at the vicarage tea, and had noted his charm that reminded her of a young man she'd known in her youth, a charming rogue who had a knack for bending the truth. The coroner pressed Mary gently. Did your husband give any indication that he was contemplating taking his own life? No, sir, Mary said, her voice trembling. He was upset about the land, but he was planning to fight for it. He loved the farm. He'd never... She trailed off, shaking her head. The room fell silent, the weight of her words hanging in the air. Miss Marple's needles clicked softly, a steady counterpoint to the tension. She glanced at the other villagers, noting their reactions. Mrs. Price, the shopkeeper, whispered to her neighbour, her eyes wide. The vicar, Mr. Clement, sat with his head bowed, his face grave. And young Jimmy, the lad who helped Tom with odd jobs, fidgeted in his seat, his hands twisting in his lap. The coroner called a few more witnesses, neighbours, who had seen Tom the day before his death. A farmhand who confirmed the presence of the pesticide in the barn, but none added anything startling. The evidence seemed to point to a straightforward, if tragic, conclusion. Mr. Grayson cleared his throat and addressed the room. Based on the evidence presented, it appears that Thomas Bradley took his own life by ingesting arsenic. There is no indication of foul play, and the circumstances suggest a deliberate act. I hereby record a verdict of suicide. A collective gasp rose from the crowd, followed by a swell of murmurs. Miss Marple's lips pursed slightly. Suicide, she thought, was too neat, too convenient. She had seen enough of human nature to know that truth was rarely so tidy. Her eyes lingered on Mary Bradley, who had sunk back into her seat, her face hidden by her handkerchief. Something about the woman's demeanour, her quick glances, her tightly clasped hands, did not sit right. As the villagers began to file out, Miss Marple remained seated, her knitting folded neatly in her lap. She watched as Inspector Craddock A tall, broad-shouldered man from Scotland Yard approached the coroner. Craddock had arrived in St. Mary Mead the previous evening, summoned by the local police to ensure the case was handled properly. He had a reputation for thoroughness, but Miss Marple had heard from her nephew Raymond that he was not one to entertain village fancies. She rose and made her way toward him, her steps slow but purposeful. "Inspector Craddock," she said, her voice mild but firm. "Might I have a word?" Craddock turned, his expression polite but guarded. "Miss Marple, isn't it? I've heard of you from Sir Henry Clethering. What can I do for you?" Miss Marple smiled, her eyes twinkling with a disarming warmth that often caught people off guard. "Oh, nothing much, Inspector. I was just wondering about the arsenic. It's such a curious choice, don't you think? Tom Bradley was a practical man, if he were to, well, end things. I'd have expected something quicker, perhaps. A shotgun, maybe, given the farm. Arsenic seems so deliberate." Craddock's brow furrowed, but his tone remained professional. "The evidence points to suicide, Miss Marple. The bottle was right there, and there was no sign of a struggle. Sometimes people choose what's at hand. Perhaps," Miss Marple said, her voice thoughtful. "But Tom was not a man to act on impulse. And then there's the matter of the money." Craddock's eyes sharpened. "Money?" "Oh, just something I heard," Miss Marple said, waving a hand as if it were of new consequence. "Tom had a tidy sum hidden away, you know. For a rainy day," he said, "but I understand it's gone missing since his death." The inspector's expression shifted, a flicker of interest crossing his face. "Missing money, you say? That's news to me. I'll look into it." "Do," Miss Marple said, her smile serene. "It's often the little things, Inspector, that tell the biggest stories." Craddock nodded, though his expression suggested he was not entirely convinced. "I'll keep that in mind, Miss Marple. But let's not jump to conclusions. Village gossip can muddy the waters." "Of course," Miss Marple said, inclining her head. "I wouldn't dream of muddying anything." As Craddock turned to speak with the coroner, Miss Marple made her way out of the hall, her mind already turning over the details. The missing money was more than village gossip. She had heard it from Mrs. Price, who had it from Mary herself, who had mentioned it in a moment of distress at the shop. Tom had kept a strong box in the farmhouse, filled with cash from years of careful saving. Its disappearance, coupled with the arsenic, suggested a motive far more sinister than a land dispute. Outside, the spring air was crisp, scented with blooming lilacs and the faint tang of freshly turned earth from nearby gardens. The villagers milled about, their voices low as they discussed the verdict. Miss Marple paused by the hall's gate, her eyes scanning the crowd. She noted the absence of Reginald Hawthorne, who had not attended the inquest despite his known connection to Tom. It was curious, she thought, for a man so embroiled in village talk to stay away. She made a mental note to pay a visit to Ashfield Manor, perhaps under the guise of her charity work. As she walked home along the cobbled lane, her knitting bag swinging gently at her side, Miss Marple's thoughts returned to Mary Bradley. The widow's nervous glances, her insistence on Tom's distress over the land dispute, all felt rehearsed, like a play she had seen once in London, where the actors delivered their lines with just a touch too much polish. And then there was the arsenic. Miss Marple recalled a case from years ago in a neighbouring village, where a young woman had poisoned her husband with arsenic, claiming he had taken his own life. The truth had come out, as it often did, through the smallest of slips, a misplaced bottle, a too convenient alibi by the time she reached her cottage. its rose-covered trellis glowing in the afternoon light. Miss Marple had resolved to dig deeper. She would start with Mary, perhaps inviting her for tea to offer condolences. And she would keep an eye on Mr. Hawthorne, whose absence today was as telling as his presence might have been. As she settled into her armchair by the window, her needles resuming their familiar rhythm, Miss Marple felt the familiar thrill of a puzzle taking shape. The truth, she knew, was like a skein of wool tangled at first, but with patience it could be unravelled, loop by loop, until the pattern was clear. The next morning, Miss Marple rose early, her mind still buzzing with the details of the inquest. She donned her best, her tar, sensible black one with a single feather and set out for the village shop, where Mrs. Price was sure to be holding court. The shop, a cramped space filled with jars of sweets, tins of tea, and stacks of newspapers, was the heart of St. Mary Mead's gossip network. Mrs. Price, a stout woman with a sharp tongue and an even sharper memory, greeted Miss Marple with a nod. "Morning, Miss Marple," she said, wiping her hands on her apron. "Terrible business about Tom Bradley, isn't it? Suicide, they say, but I can't believe it." "Not Tom. No, indeed," Miss Marple said, selecting a tin of biscuits with deliberate care. "It does seem out of character. I heard something about money going missing from the farm. Have you heard anything about that?" Mrs. Price's eyes gleamed. "Oh yes, Mary told me herself the day after Tom was found. She was in here, all in a state, saying she couldn't find the strongbox. Said Tom kept it under the floorboards in their bedroom, but it was gone. Hundreds of pounds, she said. Makes you wonder, doesn't it?" "It does," Miss Marple agreed, her tone mild. "And what do people say about Mr. Hawthorne?" "He wasn't. At the inquest, I noticed." Mrs. Price leaned closer, lowering her voice. "Folks are saying he's got something to hide. Comes to the village with his fancy car and his city ways, but no one knows where his money comes from. And that argument, with Tomwell, it was the talk of the pub. Tom wouldn't sell his land, no matter how much Hawthorne offered." Miss Marple nodded, filing away the information. "Thank you, Mrs. Price. You're always so well informed." As she left the shop, her basket heavier with biscuits and new insights, Miss Marple decided her next step would be to visit Mary Bradley. A condolence call, she thought, would provide the perfect opportunity to observe the widow up close. She made her way to the Bradley farm, a sturdy stone house surrounded by fields that stretched toward the horizon. The barn, now cordoned off with rope, stood as a silent reminder of the tragedy. Mary answered the door, her face pale and drawn. "Miss Marple," she said, her voice weary, "it's kind of you to come. I wanted to offer my sympathies," Miss Marple said, stepping inside. The parlour was tidy but sombre, with heavy curtains drawn against the morning light. "It must be a terrible shock." Mary nodded, gesturing to a chair. "It is. I still can't believe he's gone. And the way it happened." She shuddered, her hands twisting in her lap. Miss Marple settled into the chair, her eyes taking in the room. A photograph of Tom and Mary hung on the wall, their smiles frozen in happier times. "It's so hard to understand," she said gently. "Tom seemed such a steady man. I heard about the money going missing. That must add to your worries." Mary's eyes widened, and for a moment Miss Marple thought she saw a flash of panic. "Oh yes," Mary said quickly. "It's gone. I looked everywhere, but it's just gone." "How strange," Miss Marple said, her voice soft. "Do you think it was taken before or after Tom's death?" Mary hesitated, her fingers tightening on her handkerchief. I don't know. I found it missing the next day. I thought maybe Tom moved it, but—" She trailed off, her eyes darting to the window. Miss Marple nodded, her expression sympathetic, but her mind alert. Mary's nervousness, the quickness of her answers, it all pointed to something unspoken. They chatted for a while longer about the farm, the village, and Tom's plans, but Miss Marple learned little more. As she left, she paused by the gate, glancing at the barn. The image of Tom, lying lifeless on the hay, lingered in her mind, along with the nagging certainty that his death was no suicide. That evening, Miss Marple sat by her fire, her knitting in her lap, as she turned over the day's discoveries. The missing money, Mary's unease, Hawthorne's absence, it all formed a pattern, though not yet clear. She thought of a case from years ago, when a young man in St. Mary Mead had been found dead, supposedly by his own hand, only for it to emerge that his sister had poisoned him to inherit his share of their father's estate. The parallels were striking, and Miss Marple knew that the truth often hid in plain sight, disguised by the ordinary dot. As the fire crackled, she made a plan. She would invite her nephew Raymond and his wife Joyce for tea, along with Sir Henry Clithering, who was visiting the vicarage. Sir Henry, with his years at Scotland Yard, would appreciate her observations, and perhaps he could persuade Craddock to take her seriously. And she would keep watching, listening, gathering the threads of gossip and fact until they wove together into the truth. The next day, as she prepared for her guests, Miss Marple felt a quiet determination. Tom Bradley's death was no accident, and she would not rest until she had unravelled the mystery of St. Mary Mead's latest tragedy. Miss Marple smiled, her eyes twinkling with a disarming warmth that often caught people off guard. "Oh, nothing much, Inspector. I was just wondering about the arsenic. It's such a curious choice, don't you think? Tom Bradley was a practical man. If he were to, will end things, I'd have expected something quicker, perhaps. A shotgun, maybe, given. The farm, arsenic seems so deliberate." Craddock's brow furrowed, but his tone remained professional. "The evidence points to suicide, Miss Marple. The bottle was right there, and there was no sign of a struggle. Sometimes people choose what's at hand." "Perhaps," Miss Marple said, her voice thoughtful, "but Tom was not a man to act on impulse. And then there's the matter of the money." Craddock's eyes sharpened. "Money? Oh, just something I heard," Miss Marple said, waving a hand as if it were of no consequence. "Tom had a tidy sum hidden away, you know, for a rainy day," he said, "but I understand it's gone missing since his death." The inspector's expression shifted, a flicker of interest crossing his face. "Missing money, you say?" Chapter 3. The Tuesday nightclub reconvenes. Miss Jane Marple sat in her cosy drawing-room, the late afternoon sun filtering through the lace curtains and casting delicate patterns on the polished oak floor. The room was a haven of comfort, with its overstuffed armchairs, a small mahogany table adorned with a vase of fresh primroses, and the faint scent of lavender polish lingering in the air. Her knitting needles clicked rhythmically as she worked on a pale blue shawl, her fingers moving with the practiced ease of years. The fire in the hearth crackled softly, adding a gentle warmth to the spring chill that still clung to the early evenings in St. Mary Mead. Outside, the village was settling into its usual quiet rhythm. But Miss Marple's mind was far from still. The death of Tom Bradley had stirred the village like a stone dropped into a placid pond, sending ripples of gossip and speculation through every shop, garden, and pub. The coroner's ruling of suicide had done little to quell the chatter, and Miss Marple, with her keen ear for the undercurrents of village life, sensed something far more sinister at play. She had attended the inquest out of what she called neighbourly curiosity, but her sharp eyes had caught details others missed: the nervous twitch of Mary Bradley's hands, the absence of Mr. Reginald Hawthorne, and the too quick dismissal of foul play by the local authorities. Now, as she sat by the fire, she felt the familiar tingle of a puzzle that demanded solving. The clock on the mantelpiece chimed 5, and Miss Marple set her knitting aside, smoothing her skirt as she rose to prepare for her guests. She had invited her nephew, Raymond West, his wife Joyce, and Sir Henry Clithering, the retired Scotland Yard Commissioner, for tea. It was an informal gathering, but Miss Marple had a purpose. She had once formed a little group with Raymond, Joyce, and a few others, calling it the Tuesday Night Club, where they would discuss unsolved mysteries and offer their insights. Though the club had not met in some time, Tom's death seemed a perfect reason to reconvene. She had a theory forming, and she wanted to test it against the sharp minds of her guests, as she arranged a tray of delicate porcelain cups and a plate of homemade scones. The doorbell chimed. Florence, her young maid, hurried to answer it, and soon Raymond West's cheerful voice filled the hall. "Aunt Jane, you old sleuth, what's this about a village scandal?" he called as he entered, his tall frame filling the doorway. Raymond was a writer, prone to dramatic flourishes, with a mop of dark hair and a quick, mischievous smile. Behind him came Joyce, her artist's eye already taking in the room's details. Her auburn hair pinned neatly under a stylish hat. "Sir." Henry followed, his silver hair gleaming and his demeanour as polished as ever, though his eyes held a spark of curiosity. "Raymond, my dear, you mustn't exaggerate," Miss Marple said with a smile, gesturing for them to sit. "It's only tea, though I confess I've been thinking about poor Tom Bradley." "Poor Tom Bradley, indeed," Sir Henry said, settling into an armchair. "I heard about the inquest. Suicide, they say. Sounds like the village is in quite a tizzy." Miss Marple poured tea, her movements precise. "The village is always in a tizzy about something," she said lightly, "but this time I fear there's more to it than gossip. Tom was not the sort to take his own life, and I can't help but wonder if someone helped him along." Joyce raised an eyebrow, accepting a cup. "You think it's murder, Miss Marple? That's rather grim for St. Mary Mead." "Grim, perhaps, but not unheard of," Miss Marple replied. "I've seen my share of darkness in this village, though it hides behind rose gardens and Sunday services. Tom was poisoned with arsenic, you see, and while the coroner believes he took it himself, I find that hard to swallow." Raymond leaned forward, his writer's imagination already spinning. "Arsenic, that's positively Dickensian. Tell us more, Aunt Jane. What makes you so sure it wasn't suicide?" Miss Marple sipped her tea, her pale blue eyes thoughtful. "Tom Bradley was a practical man, not given to despair. He had his troubles, of course every farmer does, but he was planning for the future. Mrs. Price at the shop told me he'd been talking about buying a new tractor, and you don't make such plans if you're thinking of ending it all. Then there's the matter of the money, sir." Henry's voice sharpened, his detective's instincts kicking in. "What money?" Miss Marple set her cup down, folding her hands in her lap. "It's not widely known, but Tom had a tidy sum hidden in his home. Mary, his widow, let it slip to Mrs. Bantry at the Women's Institute meeting. She found it missing after his death. Now, why would a man planning suicide bother to hide money only for it to vanish. That does change things, Sir Henry said, stroking his chin. A missing sum suggests a motive. Robbery, perhaps, or something more personal. Exactly, Miss Marple said. And then there's Mr. Hawthorne, the new tenant at Ashfield Manor, a charming man, by all accounts, but secretive. He had a public argument with Tom over a land deal, and yet he didn't attend the inquest. I find that curious. Joyce laughed softly, spreading jam on a scone. You make it sound like he's the villain in one of Raymond's novels. What do you know about this Hawthorne fellow? Not much, I'm afraid, Miss Marple admitted. He's a businessman, recently arrived from London, and keeps to himself. The villagers are fascinated by him, but they don't trust him. He has the sort of polish that makes one think of a charming rogue-rather like young Mr. Peterson, who caused such a stir in St. Mary Mead years ago. You remember Raymond, the one who ran off with the vicar's silver? Raymond chuckled. How could I forget? You had him pegged from the start, Aunt Jane. So, you think Hawthorne's involved? I think, Miss Marple said carefully, that someone in this village is being very clever. The suicide ruling is convenient, too convenient. It reminds me of a case here years ago, when poor Miss Emily Curtis was found dead in her garden, supposedly by her own hand. Everyone accepted it until I noticed the way her shoes were laced quite wrong for a woman so particular. It turned out her nephew had staged it to inherit her estate. Sir Henry leaned back, his eyes gleaming with admiration. You never cease to amaze me, Miss Marple. You see things the rest of us miss. So, what's your theory? Who's the cunning one here? Miss Marple hesitated, her knitting needles resuming their soft click. I'm not ready to point fingers just yet, but I suspect the murder, if there is one, is someone who knows the village well. Someone who can move unnoticed, who understands how gossip spreads and how to use it. Arsenic is not hard to come. Pirate poison is common enough on farms, but using it to stage a suicide takes planning and courage. Courage? Joyce asked, intrigued. You think a murderer needs courage? Oh yes, Miss Marple said. To kill is one thing, but to kill and then walk among your neighbours, smiling and chatting as if nothing's amiss, that takes nerve. I've seen it before, in Mrs. Langley, not the solicitor's wife, mind you, but old Mrs. Langley, who poisoned her sister over a disputed will and then served tea at the church fete the next day. Raymond whistled. That's cold-blooded. So, what's your next step, Aunt Jane? Going to start interrogating the villagers? Miss Marple smiled. Faintly, hardly, Raymond. I shall do what I always do, listen. People talk, you see, especially in a village like this. They can't help themselves. A word here, a hint there, and soon enough the truth comes out. I've already heard a few things. Mrs. Price mentioned that Mary Bradley seemed nervous at the inquest, and young Jimmy from the post office saw a stranger near Tom's farm the night he died. Little things, but they add up. Sir Henry nodded, his expression serious. You're onto something, Miss Marple. I'll have a word with Inspector Craddock. He's a good man, but he's too quick to dismiss village matters as gossip. I'll suggest he consult you. Miss Marple's eyes twinkled. Oh, I don't think Inspector Craddock will take kindly to that. He thinks me a meddling old woman, but if you could nudge him toward looking into the missing money, I'd be grateful, and perhaps ask about Mr. Hawthorne's whereabouts during the inquest. It's odd, don't you think, that a man so involved in a public dispute would stay away? Consider it done, Sir Henry said. But be careful, Miss Marple. If you're right, and there's a murderer in St. Mary Mead, they won't take kindly to you poking about." Miss Marple waved a hand dismissively. "I am only an old spinster with a knack for knitting and listening. Who would suspect me?" Joyce laughed. "Anyone who knows you, that's who. You're sharper than most detectives I've met." The conversation turned to lighter matters: Roman's latest novel, Joyce's new painting, and Sir Henry's plans to visit London, but Miss Marple's mind remained on the puzzle. As her guests chatted, she let her thoughts wander, piecing together the fragments she'd gathered. Tom's death, the missing money, Hawthorne's absence. Mary's nervousness was like a tangled skein of wool, and she needed to find the right thread to pull. After her guests left, promising to return soon, Miss Marple sat by the fire, her knitting forgotten. She thought of the Tuesday night club's old meetings, where each member had brought a mystery to solve. Those evenings had honed her skills, teaching her to look beyond the obvious, to see the patterns in human behavior. Tom's death was no suicide, she was certain of it. The arsenic, the missing money, the land dispute all pointed to a calculated act. But by whom? Hawthorne, with his secretive charm, Mary, with her nervous glances, or someone else, hiding in plain sight? She rose and crossed to her writing desk, pulling out a small notebook. In her neat, precise handwriting, she jotted down what she knew. Tom Bradley, poisoned, arsenic, money missing. Hawthorne, argument, absent from inquest. Mary, nervous. Jimmy, stranger near barn. It was a start, but she needed more. Tomorrow, she would visit the village shop and have a chat with Mrs. Price. The shop was the heart of St. Mary Mead's gossip, and Mrs. Price, with her sharp tongue and sharper memory, would have heard something useful as the fire died down. Miss Marple closed her notebook and gazed out the window at the darkening village. St. Mary Mead looked peaceful, its thatched cottages and tidy gardens bathed in the soft glow of lamplight. But beneath that calm surface, she knew secrets were stirring. She would find them, as she always did, not with grand gestures or confrontations, but with quiet observation and a mind that saw what others missed. The next morning dawned bright and crisp, with a hint of spring warmth in the air. Miss Marple, dressed in her usual tweed skirt and cardigan, set out for the village shop, her straw hat tilted just so. The shop was a small, cluttered space, its shelves lined with tinned goods, jars of jam, and packets of tea. Mrs. Price stood behind the counter, her round face flushed from the morning's bustle. "Good morning, Miss Marple," Mrs. Price said, wiping her hands on her apron. "Terrible business about Tom Bradley, isn't it? Suicide, they say, but I can't believe it. He was in here just last week, talking about his crops." Miss Marple nodded, selecting a tin of biscuits as a pretext. "For lingering, it is shocking," she said. "I saw Mary at the inquest. She seemed dreadfully upset." Mrs. Price leaned closer, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "Upset, yes, but there's something odd about her, don't you think? She's been coming in here, buying things she never used, too fancy tea, expensive soap, and her with Tom barely cold in his grave." Miss Marple's interest piqued, but she kept her tone mild. "Grief does strange things to people. Perhaps she's trying to comfort herself." "Perhaps," Mrs. Price said, unconvinced. "But I heard from Mrs. Bantry that Mary found a pile of money hidden in their house, and now it's gone. Makes you wonder, doesn't it?" "It does indeed," Miss Marple said, her mind racing. She paid for the biscuits and stepped outside, pausing to adjust her hat as she thought. Mary's spending, The missing money, it suggested either extravagance or guilt or both. She made a mental note to speak with Mrs. Bantry, who was a reliable source of information. If a bit prone to exaggeration, her next stop was the churchyard, where she often found clarity among the ancient use and weathered gravestones. As she walked, she passed young Jimmy, the post office boy, delivering letters on his bicycle. "Good morning, Jimmy," she called, and he stopped, his freckled face breaking into a grin. "Morning, Miss Marple," he said, tipping his cap. "You heard about Tom, I suppose?" "I have," she said, her tone gentle. "You were fond of him, weren't you?" Jimmy nodded, his grin fading. "He was kind to me, gave me an apple once, when I delivered his post. I saw something odd that night, Miss Marple, near his barn." Miss Marple's heart quickened, but she kept her expression calm. "Did you, Jimmy, what was it?" He glanced around, lowering his voice. "A man, I think. It was dark, but I saw someone moving near the barn just before midnight. I didn't tell the police, they'd think I was making it up, but it wasn't right, Miss Marple. Tom was dead the next morning." "You were right to tell me," Miss Marple said, patting his arm. "Don't worry, Jimmy. I'll make sure the right people hear about it." Jimmy nodded, relieved, and pedaled off. Miss Marple stood still, her mind turning over this new piece of the puzzle. A stranger near the barn the night of Tom's death. It could be nothing, a poacher, perhaps, or a villager taking a shortcut. But it could also be everything. She continued to the churchyard, where she found the sexton, old Mr. Gibbs, tending the graves. "Good morning, Mr. Gibbs," she said, pausing by Tom's fresh grave, marked by a simple wooden cross. "Such a sad loss." "Aye, Miss Marple," Mr. Gibbs said, leaning on his spade. "Tom was a good man. Never thought he'd do himself in." "Nor I," Miss Marple said, her eyes scanning the ground. Something caught her attention, a scrap of paper, half buried in the soft earth near the grave. She bent down, careful not to draw attention, and picked it up. It was torn, but she could make out the words, "Meet me at midnight," in a hurried scrawl. Her heart skipped a beat. This was no coincidence. Tucking the paper into her handbag, she chatted with Mr. Gibbs a little longer, then made her way home. The scrap of paper was a clue, but it raised more questions than answers. Who had written it? Was it meant for Tom or someone else? And why was it near his grave? Back in her drawing room, Miss Marple spread the paper on her table, studying it under a magnifying glass. The handwriting was unfamiliar, but the ink and paper suggested it was recent. She thought of Jimmy's storier, shadowy figure near the barn at midnight. Could the note be connected? She needed to know more about Tom's last days, and that meant talking to Mary Bradley the next day. Miss Marple visited the Bradley farm, bringing a basket of scones as a gesture of condolence. Mary welcomed her, though her eyes were guarded, and her hands fidgeted with the hem of her apron. The farmhouse was tidy but sombre, with Tom's boot still by the door, as if he might walk in at any moment. "I'm so sorry for your loss, Mary," Miss Marple said, settling into a chair. "It must be terribly hard." Mary nodded, her lips tight. "It is, Miss Marple. Tom was everything to me. I don't know how I'll manage." "You're stronger than you think," Miss Marple said kindly. "I heard you found some money." Tom had hidden. That must be a comfort at least. Mary's face paled and her hands stilled. "Money, oh yes, but it's gone now. Stolen, I reckon. Tom never told me about it." Miss Marple noted the hesitation in her voice. "Stolen." That's dreadful. Have you told Inspector Craddock? Not yet, Mary said quickly. I didn't want to bother him with all this talk of suicide. Miss Marple nodded, her mind cataloguing the lie. Mary was hiding something, but what? She stayed a little longer, chatting about village matters. But her thoughts were on the note, the money, and the shadowy figure. As she left, she glanced at the barn, its dark silhouette looming against the spring sky. Something had happened there, something that Marianne, perhaps others, wanted to keep hidden. Over the next few days, Miss Marple continued her quiet investigation, moving through the village like a gentle breeze, unnoticed but ever present. She spoke with Mrs. Bantry, who confirmed Mary's odd spending habits. She visited the pub, where the landlord, Mr. Higgs, mentioned Tom's plans to sell his land to a developer, a deal that had angered Mr. Hawthorne. She even chatted with the vicar, who had seen Mary in the churchyard the day after Tom's death, looking distracted. Each conversation added a piece to the puzzle, but Miss Marple knew she was still missing the key. The note, the money, the stranger, they all pointed to a carefully laid plan, but by whom? She thought of Hawthorne, with his polished charm and secretive ways. Could he have orchestrated Tom's death to secure the land? Or was Mary, with her nervous glances and missing money, the true culprit? And what of the stranger Jimmy had seen? On the 5th evening after the Tuesday night club meeting, Miss Marple sat by her fire, her notebook open. She wrote, Note, meet. Me at midnight, stranger at barn, Mary spending, Hawthorne's absence, money stolen. She paused, her pen hovering. Then she added, check Hawthorne's alibi. Speak to Clara Phelps, housekeeper at Ashfield Manor. Clara, she knew, was a potential goldmine of information. Housekeepers saw everything, and Clara, with her sharp tongue and nervous demeanour, might have overheard something crucial. Miss Marple resolved to visit Ashfield Manor the next day under the guise of delivering charity pamphlets. It was a flimsy excuse, but it would do. As she closed her notebook, the clock chimed 10. The village was quiet, but Miss Marple's mind was alive with possibilities. She thought of the Tuesday night club, of Sir Henry's encouragement, and of her own determination to uncover the truth. Tom Bradley's death was no suicide, and she would prove it, one quiet conversation at a time. The following morning, Miss Marple set out for Ashfield Manor, her pamphlets tucked under her arm. The manor was a grand, ivy-covered building, its windows gleaming in the sunlight. She rang the bell, and Clara Phelps answered, her thin face wary. Good morning, Mrs. Phelps, Miss Marple said brightly. I've brought some pamphlets for the church charity. May I come in? Clara hesitated, then nodded, stepping aside. As Miss Marple entered, she took in the polished floors, the heavy drapes, and the faint scent of beeswax. Clara led her to the parlour, where a fire burned low. Mr. Hawthorne's not here, Clara said, her voice clipped. He's in London on business. Oh, that's quite all right, Miss Marple said, settling into a chair. I only wanted to leave these pamphlets. You must be very busy keeping this big house in order. Clara's eyes flickered. It's work enough. Mr. Hawthorne's particular about things. I can imagine, Miss Marple said, her tone sympathetic. It must be lonely too, with him away so often. Do you ever hear from the villagers? Tom Bradley, perhaps, before he passed. Clara's hands tightened on her apron. Tom? No, he never came here. Had some row with Mr. Hawthorne over land, I heard, but I keep out of such things. Of course, Miss Marple said, noting the tension in Clara's posture. though I did hear there was some excitement here the night before Tom died. An argument, perhaps. Clara's face hardened. I don't listen at doors, Miss Marple. I've got my work to do. Miss Marple smiled, undeterred. Naturally, but houses like this, they carry sounds. I once lived in a place where you could hear every word from the next room, whether you wanted to or not. Clara hesitated, then said, there was a visitor, all right. Late, it was. I heard raised voices, but I couldn't make out much. Mr. Hawthorne was cross though. Slammed a door. Miss Marple nodded, her mind cataloguing the information. How distressing. Well, I won't keep you. Thank you for the pamphlets. As she left, she glanced back at Clara, noting the expensive brooch pinned to her apron. It was an odd detail for a housekeeper, and Miss Marple filed it away. She walked back to the village, her thoughts swirling. An argument at Ashfield Manor, the night before Tom's death. A stranger near the barn. A note saying meet me at midnight. The pieces were starting to fit, but the picture was still blurry. That evening, she telephoned Sir Henry, who was staying at a nearby inn. Sir Henry, she said, I wonder if you could ask Inspector Craddock to look into Mr. Hawthorne's movements the night before Tom's death, and perhaps check on Mrs. Phelps, the housekeeper. She seems unsettled. Sir Henry chuckled. You're building quite a case, Miss Marple. I'll pass it along, but I warn you, Craddock's a stubborn one. Let him be stubborn, Miss Marple said. The truth has a way of coming out, stubborn or not. As she hung up, she felt a quiet satisfaction. The Tuesday nightclub had set her on the path, and now she was following it, step by careful step. Somewhere in St. Mary Mead, a murderer was hiding, but they wouldn't hide for long. Not from Miss Jane Marple. Chapter 4. The mysterious housekeeper, Miss Jane Marple, adjusted her shawl. The spring breeze carrying a faint chill through the open window of her cottage in St. Mary Mead. Her knitting needles clicked rhythmically, a soft counterpoint to the chatter of sparrows outside. The village was still reeling from the shock of Tom Bradley's death. The farmer's body discovered in his barn, poisoned by arsenic. The coroner's ruling of suicide had settled over St. Mary Mead like a heavy fog, but Miss Marple's sharp mind refused to accept it. Suicide, she thought, was too tidy an explanation for a man like Tom, sturdy, practical, and not given to despair. Her fingers paused mid-stitch as she recalled the gossip from the village shop about the newcomer. Mr. Reginald Hawthorne, whose polished charm and secretive air had set tongues wagging. There was something about him, she mused, that reminded her of a young man she'd known decades ago, a charming rogue who could smile while slipping a knife between your ribs. The morning was bright, with sunlight spilling across the cottage's rose garden, but Miss Marple's thoughts were elsewhere. She had learned from Mrs. Price at the village shop that Tom had kept a large sum of money hidden in his home, a fact not widely known until after his death. Now, that money was missing. The detail nagged at her like a dropped stitch in her. Knitting. A land dispute with Hawthorne was the talk of the village, but money, she knew, was a far more potent motive for murder. She set her knitting aside, slipped on her sturdy walking shoes, and decided it was time to pay a visit to Ashfield Manor, where Hawthorne resided. A charity pamphlet delivery would serve as a perfectly respectable excuse to poke about. The walk to Ashfield Manor was pleasant, the lanes lined with blooming hawthorn and the air scented with fresh grass. The manor itself stood at the edge of the village, a grand Georgian pile with ivy climbing its stone facade. Its windows gleamed in the sunlight, but there was an air of stillness about the place, as if it held its breath. Miss Marple rapped on the heavy oak door, her pamphlets clutched in one hand. After a moment, the door creaked open, revealing a woman in her late 40s, with a pinched face and dark hair pulled tightly into a bun. This, Miss Marple deduced, must be Mrs. Clara. Phelps, Hawthorne's housekeeper. Good morning, Miss Marple said brightly, her voice carrying the gentle warmth of a kindly spinster. I'm Miss Marple from the village. I've brought some pamphlets for the church's charity drive. Might I have a word with Mr. Hawthorne? Clara's eyes narrowed slightly, as if assessing whether Miss Marple posed any threat. Mr. Hawthorne's? Not in, she said curtly. He's away on business, but I'll take the pamphlets. Miss Marple smiled, undeterred. Oh, how kind of you. Might I step inside for a moment? It's such a lovely house, and I've not seen it since old Mrs. Ashfield lived here. Just a quick look, if it's no trouble. Clara hesitated, her fingers tightening on the doorframe. But Miss Marple's harmless appearance, white hair, soft cardigan, and a basket of pamphlets seemed to disarm her. Very well, Clara said, stepping aside. But only for a moment. I've work to do. The manor's entrance hall was as grand as Miss Marple remembered, with a polished marble floor and a chandelier that caught the light in delicate prisms. But there was a faint mustiness in the air, as if the house had not been properly aired. Clara led her to a small parlour, where Miss Marple noted a few details: a vase of wilting flowers, a stack of unopened letters on a side table, and a faint smell of lavender polish. Clara stood stiffly, her hands clasped in front of her apron, clearly eager for Miss Marple to leave. What a splendid house, Miss Marple said, her eyes roaming the room. You must have your hands full keeping it in order. Have you been with Mr. Hawthorne long? Clara's lips pressed into a thin line. A few months, she said. Came with him from London. London, Miss Marple exclaimed, as if this were the most fascinating tidbit. It must be quite a change, coming to our little village. Do you find St. Mary Mead to your liking? It's quiet, Clara said, her tone clipped. Too quiet, sometimes. Miss Marple nodded sympathetically. I imagine so, though we've had our share of excitement lately, haven't we? Poor Tom Bradley's passing so tragic. Did you know him? Clara's eyes flickered, and for a moment Miss Marple thought she saw a flash of unease. Not really, Clara said. Heard of him, of course. Everyone has. Of course, Miss Marple echoed, her voice soothing. She glanced at Clara's apron and noticed a glint of gold at her collar, a brooch, intricately designed with a small ruby at its centre. It was an expensive piece, far finer than one might expect on a housekeeper's salary. Miss Marple made a mental note of it, her mind already turning over possibilities. Such a lovely brooch, she said casually. A family heirloom, perhaps. Clara's hand flew to the brooch, her fingers brushing it protectively. A gift, she said quickly, from an old employer. Miss Marple smiled, letting the matter drop. She handed over the pamphlets, thanked Clara for her time, and made her way back to the village, her mind buzzing. The brooch was out of place, and Clara's guarded manner suggested she was hiding something. Miss Marple recalled a case from years ago when a housemaid's sudden acquisition of a fine necklace had pointed to blackmail. Could Clara be involved in something similar? And what of Hawthorne's absence business, or something more sinister? Back in her cottage, Miss Marple settled into her armchair, her knitting resumed, but her thoughts elsewhere. She considered Clara's role in the household. A housekeeper would have access to every corner of Ashfield Manor, privy to its secrets. If Hawthorne was involved in Tom's death, Clara might know more than she let on. But there was something else: Clara's nervousness, her sharp tongue, and that costly brooch. Miss Marple's instincts told her the housekeeper was a piece of the puzzle, but how did she fit? The next day brought a fresh shock to St. Mary Mead. Miss Marple was in the village shop, listening to Mrs. Price's latest gossip when the news broke. Clara Phelps had been found dead in Ashfield Manors kitchen, her body slumped over a table, a cup of tea spilled beside her. The doctor confirmed poison, just like Tom. The village erupted in whispers of a serial poisoner, and Inspector Craddock, who had been sceptical of Miss Marple's theories, now looked grim as he surveyed the scene. Miss Marple, granted permission to accompany Craddock as a concerned villager, stood quietly in the manor's kitchen. The room was tidy, save for the overturned cup and a faint smell of bitter almonds in the air. Clara's body had been removed, but Miss Marple's eyes scanned the scene: a half-eaten scone, a jar of sugar on the counter, and a small bottle of cleaning fluid tucked in a corner. She noted the absence of any obvious poison container, which struck her as odd. A murderer careful enough to remove evidence was no amateur. "What do you make of it, Miss Marple?" Craddock asked, his tone grudgingly respectful. He was a young man, competent but prone to dismissing what he called village intuition. Miss Marple tilted her head, her eyes bright. "It's curious, Inspector. 2 poisonings, both arsenic, both staged to look like something else: Tom's as suicide, and now Clara's, perhaps an accident. But the poison must have come from somewhere. Have you checked the household stores?" Craddock nodded. "We're looking into it. But arsenic isn't hard to come by, rat. Poison, weed killer, even some old medicines. Could be anyone." "Anyone, indeed," Miss Marple murmured. She thought of the missing money, Clara's brooch, and the argument Clara had hinted at overhearing between Hawthorne and an unknown visitor the night before Tom's death. Did Mrs. Phelps have any visitors recently? Or perhaps Mr. Hawthorne mentioned anything unusual? Craddock shook his head. "Hawthorne's still away. We've sent word to him in London. As for visitors, the maids say Clara kept to herself. Didn't socialize much." Miss Marple nodded, filing this away. She left the manor and walked slowly back to her cottage, her mind piecing together the fragments. Clara's death suggested she knew something dangerous, perhaps, about Tom's murder, or the missing money. The brooch hinted at a financial secret, possibly blackmail or a payoff. And Hawthorne's absence was convenient, too convenient. But Miss Marple's thoughts kept circling back to Clara's role. A housekeeper, she knew, was often invisible, privy to secrets others overlooked. Had Clara seen or heard something that made her a threat? Over the next few days, Miss Marple made discreet inquiries around the village. She chatted with Mrs. Price at the shop, who mentioned Clara's habit of taking late-night walks, often toward the churchyard. "Odd for a woman her age," Mrs. Price said, her eyes gleaming with the thrill of gossip. "Always looked like she was up to something, scurrying about in the dark." At the churchyard, Miss Marple wandered among the gravestones, ostensibly to tend the flowers on her parents' plot. Her eyes, however, were sharp, scanning the ground near Tom's fresh grave. It was there she found a torn scrap of paper caught in the grass, with the words "Meet me at midnight" scrawled in a hurried hand. She tucked it into her handbag, her heart quickening. It was a small clue, but in St. Mary Mead, small clues often unravelled great mysteries. That evening, Miss Marple invited Inspector Craddock to her cottage for tea. a gesture he accepted with a mix of amusement and curiosity. Over scones and Earl Grey, she shared her findings. The brooch, Clara's late-night walks, and the scrap of paper. "Wonder, Inspector," she said, her voice mild, "if you might look into Mrs. Phelps's background. A woman with such an expensive brooch might have a past worth examining." Craddock raised an eyebrow, but jotted down the suggestion. "You think she was involved in Bradley's death?" "I think," Miss Marple said, her eyes twinkling, "that people are rarely what they seem. Clara may have been a victim, but she may also have been a player in a larger game. And that paper, 'Meet me at midnight,' suggests someone was plotting in secret." Craddock left with a promise to investigate, and Miss Marple settled back into her armchair, her knitting needles clicking once more. The village was quiet now, but beneath its calm surface, she sensed a web of deceit. Clara's death, Tom's, money, the land dispute with Hawthorne, all pointed to a cunning mind at work. Someone who knew how to manipulate appearances. She thought of a case from years ago, when a seemingly meek governess had orchestrated a theft by playing on others' trust. Could Clara have been such a figure, or was she merely a pawn? As the days passed, Miss Marple continued her quiet observations. She visited the village library, where she borrowed a book on poisons, noting that arsenic was tasteless and easily disguised in food or drink. She spoke with the postmistress, who mentioned Clara had received a letter from London shortly before her death, though its contents were unknown. Each piece of information was like a thread in her knitting, slowly forming a pattern. One afternoon, while passing Ashfield Manor, Miss Marple noticed a young maid, Elsie, sweeping the front steps. She paused to chat, complimenting the girls. Diligence, Elsie, eager for a break, mentioned that Clara had been on edge in her final days, often muttering about debts and promises. Miss Marple's ears pricked up. Debts could mean many things, financial, emotional, or something darker. She thanked Elsie and made a mental note to keep an eye on the manor staff. The village buzzed with theories about Clara's death. Some whispered of a curse on Ashfield Manor, others of a poisoner stalking St. Mary Mead. Miss Marple dismissed the wilder rumours, but listened carefully to the quieter ones. At the tea shop, she overheard two women discussing Hawthorne's business dealings, which seemed to involve large sums and shadowy partners. "He's not the sort to settle in a place like this," one said. "Too grand for St. Mary Mead." Miss Marple agreed, but not for the reasons the women thought. Hawthorne's charm and wealth made him a convenient suspect, but her instincts told her the truth lay closer to home. Clara's brooch, the midnight note, the missing money all pointed to someone within the village, someone who knew its rhythms and secrets. She recalled a local woman, years ago, who had poisoned her husband for insurance money, her demure manner hiding a ruthless heart. People, Miss Marple knew, could be terribly deceptive. As the week drew to a close, Craddock returned with news. "You were right about Clara Phelps," he said, sitting in Miss Marple's drawing room. "She had a record petty theft, back in London. Nothing major, but enough to suggest she wasn't above bending the law." Miss Marple nodded, her fingers pausing on her knitting. "And the letter from London?" "No trace of it, admitted, but we're looking into her contacts. If she was blackmailing someone, it might explain her death." "Indeed," Miss Marple said softly. "But I wonder, Inspector, if the blackmailer became the blackmailed. Clara may have known too much, and someone decided she was a liability." Craddock frowned, clearly wrestling with her theory. "You think this is all tied to Bradley's money?" "I think," Miss Marple said, that money has a way of bringing out the worst in people, and in St. Mary Mead the worst is often hidden behind a smile. As Craddock left, Miss Marple gazed out her window, the village bathed in the golden light of late afternoon. Clara's death had shifted the puzzle, but the pieces were beginning to fit. The scrap of paper, the brooch, the missing money, it all pointed to a scheme far more intricate than a simple land dispute. She thought of Hawthorne, still absent, and of the shadowy figure who had argued with him. She thought of Clara's nervous glances and Elsie's mention of debts. And she thought of Tom, lying in his barn, his life snuffed out by a poison that left no trace but questions. Miss Marple picked up her knitting, her needles moving with quiet precision. The village might see her as a frail old lady, but her mind was as sharp as ever, weaving connections where others saw only chaos. Somewhere in St. Mary Mead, a murderer was hiding, cloaked in respectability. But Miss Marple had unravelled such disguises before, and she would do so again. For now, she would watch, listen, and wait, knowing that even the most cunning killer would eventually make a mistake. Chapter 5. Village Gossip and Hidden Clues. The spring sun cast a gentle glow over St. Mary Mead, its rays filtering through the budding leaves of ancient oaks and dappling the cobblestone paths that wound through the village. Miss Jane Marple sat in her usual spot by the cottage window, her knitting needles clicking rhythmically as she worked on a pale blue shawl. The air carried the scent of freshly turned earth from her garden, where daffodils nodded in the breeze. To an outsider, the scene was the epitome of tranquility. But Miss Marple's sharp eyes missed nothing, and her mind was far from idle. The village was still reeling from the deaths of Tom Bradley and Clara Phelps, and the undercurrent of unease was palpable. She had already decided that the key to unravelling the mystery lay in the village's lifeblood, its gossip. Miss Marple set her knitting aside and adjusted her spectacles. She glanced at the clock on the mantelpiece, 10:30. The village tea shop, run by the ever-talkative Mrs. Price, would be bustling by now, a perfect place to gather the threads of rumour that might lead to the truth. She donned her tweed coat, picked up her wicker basket, and stepped out into the crisp morning, her sensible shoes tapping lightly on the path. The tea shop, a quaint establishment with lace curtains and mismatched china, was as lively as Miss Marple had expected. The bell above the door jingled as she entered, and a dozen heads turned briefly before returning to their conversations. Mrs. Price, a plump woman with a penchant for bright floral dresses, was behind the counter, pouring tea with one hand and gesturing animatedly with the other. Miss Marple smiled to herself. If anyone had heard whispers about Clara Phelps or Tom Bradley, it would be Mrs. Price. "Good morning, Miss Marple," Mrs. Price called out, her voice carrying over the hum of chatter. "What a dreadful business this all is, isn't it? Poor Tom, and now Mrs. Phelps. I can hardly believe it." "Quite shocking, indeed," Miss Marple replied, settling at a small table near the window. "I thought I'd pop in for a cup of your excellent tea, Mrs. Price, and perhaps a scone, if you have any fresh." "Oh, fresh as can be." Mrs. Price bustled over, setting a steaming cup and a scone before Miss Marple. "But you must tell me, Miss Marple, what do you make of it all? They're saying it's a serial poisoner, but I've my doubts. Clara Phelps was a strange one, always skulking about at odd hours." Miss Marple's eyes twinkled behind her spectacles. "Skulking, you say? How interesting. Did you notice anything particular about her habits?" Mrs. Price leaned in, lowering her voice to a conspiratorial whisper, though it was loud enough for the nearby tables to overhear. "Well, I shouldn't speak ill of the dead, but Clara was out late more often than not. I'd see her from my upstairs window, walking past the shop after dark, heading toward the churchyard or down by the river. Never said where she was going. Mind you, and she wasn't one for chit-chat. Miss Marple sipped her tea, her expression one of polite curiosity, though her mind was racing. Late-night walks, how curious. Did she ever mention anyone she might be meeting? Not a word, Mrs. Price said, shaking her head. But I did overhear her once, talking to someone outside the shop. Couldn't see who it was, too dark but. She sounded agitated, like she was arguing. Said something about not doing it anymore. I thought it might be about her work at Ashfield Manor, but who knows? Miss Marple nodded thoughtfully. And Mr. Hawthorne, has he been in lately? I understand he's kept to himself since arriving. Mrs. Price's eyes widened. Oh, him. He's a charmer, that one. But there's something about him that doesn't sit right. Always so polite, but you can tell he's hiding something. He came in once or twice, ordered tea and left quick as you please. Never stays to talk like most folk. And after that row with Tom Bradley over the land, well, folks have been whispering. Whispering is what villagers do best, Miss Marple said with a small smile. But whispers can sometimes lead to truths. Thank you, Mrs. Price. Your tea is as delightful as ever. As she nibbled her scone, Miss Marple let her gaze drift over the other patrons. There was Mrs. Harmon, the vicar's wife, chatting with Miss Weatherby, who was notorious for her sharp tongue and sharper memory. At another table, young Jimmy Carter, the butcher's apprentice, was recounting a story with animated gestures, his voice carrying snatches of saw something odd and near the barn. Miss Marple made a mental note to speak with Jimmy. Later, boys his age often saw things they weren't supposed to, and they were rarely shy about sharing if approached kindly. Leaving the tea shop, Miss Marple decided to take a detour through the churchyard. The ancient stone church of St. Mary Mead stood at the village's heart, its spire piercing the sky like a needle. The churchyard was peaceful, with moss-covered gravestones and blooming primroses. Tom Bradley's grave, freshly dug, was marked by a simple wooden cross until a proper stone could be placed. Miss Marple paused by it, her eyes scanning the ground. The earth was still soft, disturbed by recent visitors paying their respects, so perhaps something else, as she bent to examine a patch of trampled grass. Her fingers brushed against something half buried in the soil. She carefully extracted a torn scrap of paper, its edges frayed and damp from the morning dew. In faded ink, it read, "Meet me at midnight." The rest was missing, torn away, but the words sent a shiver down Miss Marple's spine. She slipped the scrap into her pocket, her mind already piecing together possibilities. A midnight meeting suggested secrecy, perhaps blackmail or a clandestine deal gone wrong. She would need to find the other half of the note, but for now, this was a thread to follow. The churchyard was quiet, save for the chirping of sparrows and the distant bleat of sheep from a nearby field. Miss Marple straightened, her thoughts turning to Clara Phelps. Mrs. Price's mention of late-night walks intrigued her. Clara had been a newcomer, like Hawthorne, and her death so soon after Tom's suggested a connection beyond coincidence. The expensive brooch Miss Marple had noticed at Ashfield Manor nagged at her. It was an anomaly, a piece of jewellery far too fine for a housekeeper's means. Had Clara been paid for something other than her duties? Or had she stumbled upon something valuable, like Tom's missing money? Miss Marple made her way back to the village centre, her basket swinging lightly at her side. She decided to visit the post office, where Miss Hartnell, the postmistress, was known for her encyclopedic knowledge of village comings and goings. The post office was a small, cluttered space, its counter piled with letters and parcels. Miss Hartnell, a wiry woman with a penchant for knitting almost as keen as Miss Marple's, greeted her warmly. "Miss Marple, what a surprise. Come to post a letter or just to chat?" Miss Hartnell's eyes gleamed with curiosity. "A bit of both." "Perhaps," Miss Marple replied, placing a few envelopes on the counter. "I've been hearing such dreadful things about poor Tom and Mrs. Phelps. Have you noticed anything unusual?" Lately, Miss Hartnell leaned forward, her voice dropping to a whisper. "Well, I shouldn't say, but Clara Phelps was in here a week before she died, posting a letter to London. Thick envelope it was, and she paid extra to have it sent express. I asked if it was important, just making conversation, but she snapped at me to mind my own business. Not like her at all, she was usually polite, if a bit standoffish. London, you say?" Miss Marple's tone was light, but her mind was alert. "Did you happen to see the address?" Miss Hartnell shook her head. "No," she was quick to seal it, "but I did catch a glimpse of the name, something like Langley or Landon. Couldn't be sure, but it's odd, isn't it? Why would a housekeeper need to send an express letter to London?" "Very odd indeed," Miss Marple agreed. The name Langley struck a chord. Edward Langley, the local solicitor, was known to handle many of the village's legal affairs, including Tom Bradley's. Could Clara have been corresponding with him, or someone connected to him? Miss Marple filed the information away, thanking Miss Hartnell and promising to return for more of her excellent gossip. As she stepped out of the post office, Miss Marple spotted young Jimmy Carter across the street, hauling a sack of flour for the baker. She waved him over, her smile warm and inviting. "Jimmy, might I have a word? I hear you've been keeping busy at the butcher's." Jimmy, a lanky lad of 16 with a shock of red hair, grinned sheepishly. "Aye, Miss Marple. Been run off my feet, what with all the talk in the village. Everyone's got a theory about Mr. Bradley and Mrs. Phelps. And what's your theory, Jimmy?" Miss Marple asked, her tone gentle but probing. "I heard you mentioned something about the barn the other day." Jimmy's grin faded, and he glanced around nervously. "I didn't mean to eavesdrop, Miss Marple, but, well, I saw something the night Mr. Bradley died. I was out late, checking traps in the woods near his farm poachings. Not right, I know, but times are hard. Anyway, I saw a figure near the barn, moving quick-like, keeping to the shadows. Couldn't see who it was, but they weren't tall, not like Mr. Hawthorne." Miss Marple's heart quickened, but she kept her expression calm. "How very interesting, Jimmy. Did you tell the police?" Jimmy shook his head, his eyes wide. "No, ma'am. I was scared they'd think I was mixed up in it, being out there so late, and I didn't get a good look, honest. Just a shadow, moving fast, like they didn't want to be seen." "You've done the right thing telling me, Jimmy," Miss Marple said, patting his arm. "Don't you worry. I'll make sure the right people hear about this, and no one will think you're involved." Jimmy looked relieved, though still uneasy. "Thanks, Miss Marple. I feel bad for Mr. Bradley. He was always kind to me, gave me an apple or two when I passed by." Miss Marple watched Jimmy hurry off, her mind buzzing with new connections. A shadowy figure near the barn, Clara's late-night walks, a torn note about a midnight meeting, and an express letter to London, possibly to someone named Langley. The pieces were beginning to form a pattern, though it was still incomplete. She recalled a case from years ago in St. Mary Mead, when a young woman had been blackmailed over a secret rendezvous. The blackmailer had been careless, leaving notes. That led to their undoing. Could this be a similar situation? Was Clara involved in blackmail, or was she a victim of it? Returning to her cottage, Miss Marple settled into her armchair and took out the scrap of paper from the churchyard. She examined it closely, noting the handwriting neat, but hurried, as if written in haste. The ink was smudged, suggesting it had been handled or exposed to dampness. She wondered if the other half of the note might still be out there, perhaps discarded carelessly by the murderer. She resolved to search the churchyard again, perhaps at dusk when fewer eyes would be watching. The afternoon passed quietly, with Miss Marple tending to her garden and exchanging pleasantries with neighbours who stopped by. Each conversation yielded a snippet of information. Mrs. Harmon mentioned seeing Clara arguing with a man near the river a week before her death, and Mr. Jenkins, the blacksmith, recalled Tom Bradley complaining about someone tampering with his fences. Miss Marple listened patiently, her mind cataloguing every detail like a librarian shelving books. As evening approached, Miss Marple donned her coat once more and headed back to the churchyard. The sky was turning a soft lavender, and the air was cool, carrying the scent of blooming lilacs. The churchyard was deserted, the villagers tucked into their homes for supper. She moved carefully, her eyes scanning the ground near Tom's grave. The trampled grass suggested someone had been there recently, perhaps the same person who had dropped the note. After several minutes of searching, she spotted a glimmer of white beneath a yew tree. Kneeling with some difficulty, she was not. As spry as she once was, she retrieved another scrap of paper, this one larger and less damaged. It read, "At the old oak by the river. Bring the money." The handwriting matched the first scrap, confirming they were part of the same note. Miss Marple's pulse quickened. This was no simple rendezvous. It was a demand, likely tied to Tom's hidden money. She stood, brushing dirt from her gloves, and considered her next move. The old oak by the river was a well-known spot, a gnarled tree that had stood for centuries, its branches overhanging. The water, it was secluded, perfect for a clandestine meeting. She would need to visit the site, but not tonight. It was too dark, and she had no intention of stumbling into danger. Instead, she decided to share her findings with Inspector Craddock, though she suspected he would be skeptical. The next morning, Miss Marple made her way to the police station, a small building on the edge of the village. Inspector Craddock was at his desk, surrounded by papers and looking harried. He stood as she entered, his expression a mix of respect and exasperation. "Good morning, Miss Marple," he said, gesturing to a chair. "I suppose you've come with more of your theories." "Not theories, Inspector, but evidence," Miss Marple replied, placing the two scraps of paper on his desk. "I found these in the churchyard, near Tom Bradley's grave. They suggest a meeting, possibly involving money. And I've learned from Mrs. Price that Clara Phelps was seen walking late at night, perhaps to such a meeting." Craddock examined the scraps, his brow furrowing. "This is interesting, I'll grant you, but it's hardly proof of murder. People meet at midnight for all sorts of reasons, romance, business, even a prank." "Perhaps," Miss Marple said, her voice mild, but firm. "But when two people are dead by poison and a large sum of money is missing, I think it's worth investigating." "I also learned from Miss Hartnell that Clara sent an express letter to London, possibly to someone named Langley. You might look into her background, Inspector. A woman with an expensive brooch and a criminal record for theft is not your typical housekeeper." Craddock's eyes narrowed. "You've been busy, haven't you? All right, I'll check into Clara Phelps' history. But I warn you, Miss Marple, this is a police matter. Don't go poking around where it's dangerous." "I wouldn't dream." "Of it, Inspector," Miss Marple said with a serene smile, though her mind was already planning her next steps. She left the station, satisfied that Craddock would follow her lead, even if reluctantly. She knew from experience that men like Craddock needed a nudge to see what was right under their noses. Back at her cottage, Miss Marple sat with a cup of tea and her knitting, her thoughts weaving together like the wool in her hands. The note, Clara's walks, the missing money, and the name Langley all pointed to a scheme, but the motive was still unclear. Was Clara a conspirator or a victim? Was the murderer after Tom's money, or was there a deeper grudge at play? She recalled a case from her youth, when a seemingly innocent villager had orchestrated a series of thefts to fund a secret life in London. The parallels were striking, but she needed more information. Over the next few days, Miss Marple continued her quiet investigations, chatting with villagers under the guise of neighbourly concern. She learned from Mrs. Harmon that Clara had once mentioned a brother in London, though no one knew his name. Mr. Jenkins, the blacksmith, revealed that Tom's farm had suffered several acts of vandalism, broken fences, missing tools that had stopped after his death, and young Jimmy Carter, emboldened by Miss Marple's kindness, admitted he'd seen the shadowy figure carrying a small bag, perhaps the money Tom had hidden. Each piece of gossip was a thread, and Miss Marple was skilled at weaving them into a tapestry. She began to suspect that Clara's death was no random act, but a deliberate silencing. The housekeeper had known something perhaps about the money or the person who killed. Tomand had paid the ultimate price. The note about the midnight meeting suggested blackmail, and the mention of Langley pointed to a connection Miss Marple couldn't yet define. On the fourth day, she decided to visit the old oak by the river. The path was muddy from recent rain, and she picked her way carefully, her umbrella serving as both a shield and a walking stick. The oak loomed ahead, its gnarled roots twisting into the bank. She examined the ground, hoping for another clue, but found only a few cigarette butts and a broken bottle hardly incriminating. Yet the location confirmed her suspicions. It was a perfect spot for a secret exchange, hidden from prying eyes. As she turned to leave, she heard a rustling in the bushes. Her heart skipped, but she remained calm, gripping her umbrella tightly. "Who's there?" She called softly. No answer came, but the rustling stopped. Miss Marple waited, her senses alert, but the moment passed, and she continued her walk back to the village. She couldn't shake the feeling that she was being watched, and it only strengthened her resolve. Someone was nervous, and nervous people made mistakes. That evening, she sat down with her notebook, jotting down everything she'd learned. The scraps of paper, Clara's letter, Jimmy's sighting, the vandalism at Tom's farm, it all pointed to a carefully planned crime, disguised as suicide and accident. She thought of Edward Langley, the solicitor, and his possible connection to Clara's letter. He was a man with debts, according to village gossip, and debts could drive a man to desperate acts. But was he the mastermind, or was he, like Clara, a pawn in a larger game? Miss Marple closed her notebook and picked up her knitting, her mind still turning over the puzzle. She knew the truth was close, hidden in the everyday details of village life. She would need to be patient, to listen and observe, as she always had. The murderer was cunning, but Miss Marple was cunning too, in her quiet, unassuming way, and she was determined to see justice done. Chapter 6. The land dispute deepens. The morning sun cast a golden glow over St. Mary Mead. its rays filtering through the budding trees and dappling the cobblestone paths. Miss Jane Marple sat in her garden, her knitting needles clicking rhythmically, as she worked on a pale pink shawl. The air was crisp with the scent of spring blossoms, but her mind was far from the tranquil scene. The deaths of Tom Bradley and Clara Phelps weighed heavily on her, their mysteries tangled like the skeins of wool in her basket. She had spent the previous evening mulling over the clues to the missing money, the torn scrap of paper, and the villagers' whispers about Reginald Hawthorne's secretive nature. Today she resolved to dig deeper, starting with the heart of village life, the local pub, the Black Boar. St. Mary Mead's only pub was a squat, timber-framed building with a thatched roof and a sign that creaked in the breeze. It was the hub of village gossip, where farmers, shopkeepers, and labourers gathered to swap stories over pints of ale. Miss Marple, dressed in her usual tweed skirt and cardigan, made her way there just after noon, her basket hooked over one arm. She knew the pub's landlord, Mr. Alfred Cobb, was a talkative sort, prone to sharing tidbits he overheard from his patrons. If anyone had insight into Tom Bradley's land dispute with Hawthorne, it would be him. Inside, the pub was dimly lit, with low beams and a faint smell of wood smoke and beer. A few early patrons sat at the bar, their voices a low hum. Mr. Cobb, a stout man with a florid face and a bushy moustache, was polishing glasses behind the counter. He brightened when he saw Miss Marple, wiping his hands on a cloth and bustling over. "Why, Miss Marple, a rare sight in the Black Boar," he said, his voice warm but curious. "What brings you here? Not a pint, I'd wager." Miss Marple smiled, her eyes crinkling. "Oh, Mr. Cobb, you know me too well. I'm here for a bit of tea and perhaps a chat. I've heard such interesting talk about poor Tom Bradley and that business with his land." Mr. Cobb's expression shifted, his curiosity piqued. He leaned closer, lowering his voice. "Aye, it's been the talk of the village, hasn't it? Poor Tom poisoned like that, and now Clara Phelps gone too. Folk are saying it's a curse on Ashfield Manor. What? With Mr. Hawthorne living there?" Miss Marple tilted her head, her expression mild but attentive. "A curse, you say? I've heard stranger theories, but I'm more interested in the land dispute. I understand Tom had plans for his farm that didn't sit well with Mr. Hawthorne." Mr. Cobb nodded, wiping a glass absently. "That's right. Tom was set on selling his land to some big developer from London, wanted to turn it into one of those fancy estates with houses and shops. Mr. Hawthorne, though, he had other ideas. Word is, he wanted that land for some business venture of his own, something to do with a factory or warehouse. They had a right row about it, I heard. Tom came in here a few weeks back, red as a beet, saying Hawthorne offered him half what the land was worth, called him a slippery city gent and worse." Miss Marple's needles paused, though her hands remained poised. "Half the value, that's rather bold. Did Tom mention anyone else being involved? A solicitor, perhaps, or another buyer?" Mr. Cobb scratched his chin, thinking. "Well, now you mention it, Tom did say something about Edward Langley, the solicitor, drawing up papers for the sale. Said Langley was pushing him to take the developer's offer, but Tom wasn't sure. Thought someone was trying to undercut him, make him sell cheap. He was right suspicious, Tom was." Miss Marple nodded, filing the information away. Edward Langley's name had surfaced before, tied to the monogrammed handkerchief in the church crypt. His involvement in Tom's financial affairs was no surprise, but the suggestion of manipulation intrigued her. "And did Mr. Hawthorne ever come here to discuss his plans?" she asked. "Not much," Mr. Cobb admitted. "He's not one for the pub. Keeps to himself up at the manor. But I heard from young Jimmy, the lad who delivers the post, that Hawthorne's been meeting with some posh types from the city. Cars coming and going at odd hours, that sort of thing." Miss Marple thanked Mr. Cobb and ordered a pot of tea, settling at a corner table to observe the pub's patrons. The room was filling up now, with farmers in muddy boots and shopkeepers taking a break from their counters. She sipped her tea, her sharp eyes scanning the faces, her mind turning over. The puzzle. Tom's plan to sell his land had clearly stirred tensions, and Hawthorne's interest suggested a deeper motive. But was it enough to drive someone to murder? And if so, how did Clara Phelps fit in? As she finished her tea, a young man entered the pub, his face pale and his hands stuffed in his pockets. Miss Marple recognized him at once. Jimmy, the postboy, no more than 17, with a shock of red hair and a nervous air. He glanced around, then made his way to the bar, ordering a lemonade. Miss Marple seized the opportunity, rising gracefully and approaching him. "Jimmy, isn't it?" she said, her voice kind but firm. "I wonder if I might have a word. I'm looking into poor Tom Bradley's troubles, and I hear you're a sharp lad who notices things." Jimmy flushed, clearly unused to such attention from an elderly spinster. Yes, ma'am," he stammered. "I mean, Miss Marple, ain't it? I don't know much, honest." Miss Marple smiled reassuringly, guiding him to her table. "Oh, I'm sure you know more than you think. You're out and about, delivering letters, seeing who comes and goes. Did you ever notice anything odd at Tom's farm, perhaps around the time he passed?" Jimmy fidgeted, his eyes darting to the door. "Well, I don't like to say, ma'am. Don't want to get in trouble." Miss Marple leaned forward, her tone gentle but insistent. "You won't be in trouble, Jimmy. You're helping to find justice for Tom. If you saw something, even something small, it could make all the difference." Jimmy hesitated, then leaned in, his voice barely above a whisper. "All right, ma'am. But you won't tell the coppers it was me, will you? The night Tom died, I was out late, delivering a telegram to Mrs. Price's shop. I took the shortcut past Tom's barn, and I saw someone there. A shadow, like moving quick. Couldn't see their face, but they was near the barn door, and I heard a clatter like something metal falling." Miss Marple's eyes gleamed, though her expression remained calm. "A shadow, you say, near the barn, and this was the night. Tom was found." Jimmy nodded, his face pale. "Aye, ma'am. I didn't think much of it then, but after Tom was found dead, I got scared. Didn't want to get mixed up in it. Whoever it was, they moved, sneaky-like, not wanting to be seen." "Did you notice anything else about them?" Miss Marple pressed. "Their height, perhaps, or how they moved?" Jimmy frowned, thinking. "Hard, not tall, I don't think. Shorter than Mr. Hawthorne, anyhow. They was quick, though, like they knew where they was going. That's all I saw, honest." Miss Marple patted his hand, her smile warm. "You've been very helpful, Jimmy. Don't you worry. I'll keep this between us for now. But if you remember anything else, you'll come to me, won't you?" Jimmy nodded, relieved, and scurried off with his lemonade. Miss Marple sat back, her mind racing. A shadowy figure at the barn the night of Tom's death was a significant clue, especially since it didn't match Hawthorne's tall frame. Could it had been Edward Langley, whose initials matched the handkerchief? Or someone else entirely, perhaps Mary Bradley, who had been so nervous at the inquest? The puzzle was growing more complex, but Miss Marple felt a familiar thrill. The pieces were starting to align. Her next stop was Tom's farm, a modest spread on the edge of the village, with rolling fields and a weathered barn that still bore the marks of tragedy. Mary Bradley, Tom's widow, was there, tending to the chickens in the yard. She was a slight woman in her 40s, with dark hair pulled back in a bun and a face that bore the strain of recent events. When she saw Miss Marple approaching, her expression tightened, but she managed a polite nod. "Good afternoon, Mrs. Bradley," Miss Marple said, her voice soft. "I hope I'm not intruding. I was passing by and thought I'd see how you're managing." Mary wiped her hands on her apron, her eyes wary. "Kind of you, Miss Marple. It's been hard, what with Tom gone and all the talk. I'm just trying to keep the farm going." Miss Marple nodded sympathetically, settling onto a bench near the farmhouse. "It must be a terrible burden. I heard Tom had plans for this land. Big plans, some say. It's a shame things turned out so." Mary's hands stilled, and she looked away, her lips pressed thin. Tom was set on selling. Thought it'd set us up for life. But there were folks who didn't like it, wanted the land for themselves. Miss Marple tilted her head, her tone gentle but probing. "Mr. Hawthorne, you mean? I heard he and Tom had words." Mary's eyes flashed, a mix of anger and fear. "That man offered Tom a pittance, like we was fools. Tom said no, but then things started going wrong. Fences broken, tools missing, even some of the livestock acting poorly. Tom swore someone was sabotaging us, trying to force him to sell cheap." Miss Marple's eyebrows rose slightly. "Sabotage? That's a serious accusation. Did Tom have any idea who might have been behind it?" Mary hesitated, her fingers twisting in her apron. "He didn't say for sure, but he was worried about Mr. Langley, the solicitor. Said he was too eager to push the sale through. Kept talking about the developer's offer like it was the only way. Tom didn't trust him, thought he might be working with someone else." Miss Marple nodded, her mind cataloguing the details. Langley again, and now the suggestion of sabotage. It was possible Tom's suspicions had made him a target, especially if his land was as valuable as the gossip suggested. "And you, Mrs. Bradley," she said carefully, "did you notice anything odd around the time of Tom's death? Anyone lingering near the farm, perhaps?" Mary's face paled, and she looked down at her hands. I don't know, Miss Marple. It's all a blur. I was in the house that night, didn't see nothing. But Tom was out late, checking the barn. Said he heard noises." Miss Marple watched her closely, noting the tremor in her voice. Mary was hiding something, or at least not telling the full truth. But pressing her now might close her off entirely. Instead, Miss Marple smiled and rose, adjusting her basket. "You've been very kind to talk with me, Mrs. Bradley. I'll let you get back to your work. If you think of anything, you know where to find me." As she walked back to the village, Miss Marple's thoughts churned. The land dispute was clearly central to Tom's death, and possibly Clara's as well. Hawthorne's interest in the land suggested a motive, but Jimmy's description of the shadowy figure pointed elsewhere. Langley's involvement in the financial dealings was suspicious, especially with his gambling debts and the arsenic in his office, and her nervousness and vague answers hinted at more than grief. Miss Marple recalled a case from years ago when a St. Mary Mead farmer had been pressured to sell his land, only to discover his own brother was undermining him for profit. Human nature, she thought, was so often predictable. Back in the village, Miss Marple stopped by the tea shop to gather her thoughts. Mrs. Price, the shopkeeper, was bustling about, serving scones and gossip in equal measure. Miss Marple ordered a cup of Earl Grey and listened as Mrs. Price chatted about the latest. Village talk, Hawthorne's mysterious visitors, Langley's late-night trips to the city, and Mary Bradley's sudden interest in selling the farm. "Mind you," Mrs. Price said, lowering her voice, "I saw Mary at the bank the other day, asking about Tom's accounts. Looked proper anxious, she did." Miss Marple sipped her tea, her mind working. Mary's interest in the money, combined with the sabotage and the missing cash, suggested she might have had a hand in Tom's death, or at least known more than she let on. But the second death, Clara's, complicated things. If Clara had been spying for someone, as Miss Marple suspected, her murder might have been to silence her. And the shadowy figure, Jimmy Socadit, had been Mary or Langley or someone else entirely. As the afternoon wore on, Miss Marple made her way home, her steps slow but purposeful. The village was quiet now, the shops closing and the streets emptying as families gathered for supper. She settled in her drawing room, her knitting resumed, but her mind was far from idle. The land dispute, the missing money, the shadowy figure, and the two poisonings formed a web of deceit. And at its center was someone cunning enough to stage a suicide and manipulate the village's suspicions. She thought of Hawthorne, with his polished manners and secretive business dealings. He had the means and opportunity to poison Tom, especially if he wanted the land for his venture. But Jimmy's description didn't match, and Hawthorne's absence from the inquest suggested he was avoiding scrutiny rather than hiding guilt. Langley, with his debts and access to arsenic, was a stronger candidate, but his nervous demeanor seemed more that of a man caught in a trap than a mastermind, and Mary, her grief seemed genuine, but her evasiveness and connection to Langley raised questions. Miss Marple's needles clicked faster as she considered her next move. She needed more evidence, something to tie the clues together. The torn scrap of paper, "Meet me at midnight," suggested a rendezvous, possibly blackmail. If Clara had been involved, her death might have been to prevent her from talking, and the Moneytoms' hidden fortune was the key, she was sure. Whoever had it, or wanted it, was likely the killer. She recalled a similar case in St. Mary Mead, years ago, when a young woman had poisoned her employer to steal a small inheritance. The woman had been clever, staging the death as an accident, but she'd been undone by a single careless mistake, a letter she'd forgotten to burn. Miss Marple wondered if a similar mistake lay hidden here, waiting to be found. As dusk settled over the village, Miss Marple made a decision. She would visit the churchyard again to search for more clues near Tom's grave. The scrap of paper had been a lucky find, but there might be more, something overlooked in the chaos of the investigation. She also resolved to speak with Inspector Craddock to share Jimmy's account without betraying the boy's confidence. Craddock was skeptical, but he was coming around. Thanks to Sir Henry's influence, the evening air was cool as Miss Marple stepped out, her shawl draped over her shoulders. The churchyard was silent, the gravestones casting long shadows in the moonlight. She moved carefully, her eyes scanning the ground near Tom's grave. The earth was still disturbed from the burial, and she knelt, her fingers brushing the soil. There, half buried under a clump of grass, was another scrap of paper, smaller than the first. She picked it up, holding it to the light. It was torn, like the other, but bore a single word: payment. Miss Marple's heart quickened. Payment. Blackmail, perhaps, or a transaction gone wrong. She tucked the scrap into her pocket, her mind racing. The churchyard was empty, but she felt a prickle of unease, as if someone were watching. She straightened, her eyes sweeping the shadows, but saw nothing. Still, she hurried home, locking her door behind her, back in her drawing room. She examined the scrap under a magnifying glass. The handwriting was neat, almost feminine, but too small to be certain. It could belong to Mary or Clara or even someone else. She added it to her mental catalogue, alongside Jimmy's shadowy figure, Langley's arsenic, and Mary's availability. The pieces were there, but the picture was still incomplete. As she settled into her armchair, Miss Marple thought of her next step. The land dispute was the key, she was certain, but it was tangled with greed and betrayal. She needed to draw the murderer out, to force their hand. A trap, perhaps, like the one she'd used in that old case with the greedy farmer's wife. She could plant a rumor, something to tempt the killer into revealing themselves. The money. Was the bait Tom's hidden fortune still unaccounted for? If she could make the murderer believe it was within reach, they might act. She began to formulate a plan, her needles clicking as she worked. She would speak to Joyce, her nephew's wife, who had a knack for spreading gossip without seeming to try. A carefully placed word about the money's location, perhaps hidden in the church crypt. A place already tied to the case might lure the killer out. It was risky, but Miss Marple had faith in her instincts. She had solved too many mysteries to doubt them now. The clock struck 9, and Miss Marple set her knitting aside. She lit a small fire in the grate, the flames casting a warm glow over the room. Tomorrow she would set her plan in motion, starting with a visit to Joyce and a quiet word with Craddock. The murderer was cunning, but Miss Marple was patient. She thought of Mary Bradley, her nervous hands twisting in her apron, and Edward Langley, his desk drawer hiding poison. She thought of Hawthorne, with his city manners and hidden motives, and Clara, whose expensive brooch hinted at secrets. The village of St. Mary Mead slept peacefully outside her window, but Miss Marple knew better. Beneath its quiet surface, a killer lurked, their greed and cunning masked by the everyday. She would find them, not with force or fanfare, but with the quiet observation that had always been her strength. As the fire crackled, she smiled too, herself already anticipating the moment when the trap would spring. Chapter 7. A trap begins to form. Miss Jane Marple sat in her cosy cottage, the soft click of her knitting needles a familiar rhythm against the quiet hum of St. Mary Mead. The spring sunlight filtered through the lace curtains, casting delicate patterns on the polished wood of her sitting-room floor. Her hands moved with practiced ease, the pale pink wool slipping through her fingers as she worked on a shawl for the church bazaar. But her mind was far from the gentle loops of yarn. It was piecing together a puzzle, one that had begun with the death of Tom Bradley and had grown more intricate with the murder of Clara Phelps. The village was restless, whispers of a poisoner spreading like wildfire. But Miss Marple knew better than to be swayed by idle gossip. The truth, she believed, lay in the quiet details, the small inconsistencies that most overlooked. She set her knitting aside and leaned back in her armchair, her sharp eyes fixed on the garden beyond the window. The roses were beginning to bud, their promise of colour a stark contrast to the darkness that had settled over St. Mary Mead. Tom's death, ruled a suicide, had never sat right with her. The man had been sturdy, practical, not the sort to take his own life, even with a land dispute troubling him. And then there was Clara, the nervous housekeeper with her expensive brooch and guarded manner. found dead in Ashfield Manor's kitchen. 2 poisonings in so short a time were no coincidence, Miss Marple was certain. The missing money from Tom's farm, the shadowy figure seen near the barn, the scrap of paper by the gravel pointed to a cunning mind at work, someone who knew how to manipulate appearances. Miss Marple's thoughts drifted to a case from years ago, one that had unfolded. In this very village, a young woman, Ellen, had been found dead in her cottage, a bottle of laudanum by her side. The coroner had called it suicide, but Miss Marple, then younger but no less observant, had noticed the girl's tidy kitchen, the untouched meal prepared for 2. It had been a lover, scorned and greedy, who had staged the scene to inherit Ellen's small savings. The memory sharpened Miss Marple's resolve. This murderer, like that one, was hiding behind a facade, using the village's trust in simple explanations to evade suspicion. She rose from her chair, smoothing her skirt, and crossed to the small writing desk by the window. From a drawer, she retrieved a notebook, its pages filled with neat, precise handwriting. She had been jotting down observations since Tom's inquest, Mary Bradley's nervous glances, Reginald Hawthorne's absence, Clara's costly jewellery, and young Jimmy's frightened confession about the figure near the barn. Each detail was a thread, and Miss Marple was determined to weave them into a pattern. She tapped her pencil against the page, considering her next move. The murderer was clever, but not infallible. They had made mistakes. Clara's death was too hasty, too desperate. It suggested someone tying up loose ends, someone who feared exposure. The clock on the mantel chimed softly, reminding her of the hour. Joyce West, her nephew, Raymond's wife, was due for tea, and Miss Marple had a plan forming, one that required a touch of subtlety. Joyce, with her artistic flair and knack for conversation, was the perfect ally for what Miss Marple had in mind. The village thrived on gossip, and gossip could be a tool, carefully wielded. If the murderer was after Tom's hidden money, as Miss Marple suspected, then a well-placed rumour might draw them out. She closed her notebook and tucked it away, her expression calm but resolute. It was time to set a trap. The doorbell rang, a cheerful jingle that broke the cottage's quiet. Miss Marple opened the door to find Joyce, her dark hair swept into a loose bun, a basket of scones in her hands. "Aunt Jane," Joyce said, her smile bright, "I hope I'm not late. Raymond's off scribbling another novel, so I thought I'd bring you some of Mrs. Bantry's scones. She swears they're her best yet. Come in, my dear Miss Marple said, ushering her into the sitting room. You're just in time, and Mrs. Bantry's scones are always a treat, though I dare say her baking is more enthusiasm than precision." Joyce laughed, setting the basket on the table. "You're too kind. Now, tell me what's this. I hear about another death at Ashfield Manor. The village is positively buzzing. They're saying it's a poisoner, some madman stalking St. Mary. Mead." Miss Marple poured tea from a delicate china pot, her movements unhurried. "The village does love a story," she said, handing Joyce a cup. "But I'm afraid it's not so theatrical as that. Clara Phelps's death was no accident, nor was Tom Bradley's. Someone is being very clever, Joyce, and I mean to find out who." Joyce's eyes widened, her artist's imagination already painting a vivid picture. "You think it's murder, then?" "Both of them. But the inquest said Tom took his own life, and Clara, well, they're saying she might have been involved in something shady." Miss Marple sipped her tea, her expression thoughtful. "Inquests can be mistaken, my dear. Tom was a practical man, not given to despair, and Clara, for all her sharpness, was nervous, as if she knew something dangerous. I believe they were. Both killed for the same reason: Tom's money, the sum he kept hidden. It's still missing, you see, and that's no small matter in a village like ours. Joyce leaned forward, her curiosity piqued. You think the murderer is after the money? But who? That Mr. Hawthorne, the newcomer. Everyone's talking about him, you know. They say he's charming but slippery, like he's hiding something. Miss Marple's lips twitched into a faint smile. Mr. Hawthorne is certainly interesting, but I'm not convinced he's our culprit. He's too obvious, don't you think? A murderer this cunning wouldn't draw so much attention. No, I suspect someone closer to home, someone who knows the village and its ways. But we need proof, Joyce, and that's where you come in. Me. Joyce's cup paused halfway to her lips. Aunt Jane, you're not suggesting I play detective? Not quite, Miss Marple said, her eyes twinkling. But you're well liked, and people talk to you. I want you to spread a little story. Nothing too dramatic, just enough to stir the pot. I'd like the village to believe that Tom's money is hidden somewhere, specific say, the church crypt. It's an old place, full of shadows, just the sort of spot to tempt a greedy soul. Joyce's mouth opened, then closed, a spark of excitement in her eyes. You're setting a trap. Oh, Aunt Jane, it's positively thrilling. But how do you know the murderer will take the bait? I don't, Miss Marple admitted, her tone serene. But greed is a powerful motivator, my dear. If the murderer believes the money is within reach, they may act rashly, and rashness is where mistakes are made. I've seen it before. Do you remember old Mrs. Hargreaves, years ago? She spread a rumor about her savings to catch a thief in her household. The maid, poor girl, couldn't resist checking the biscuit tin where the money was supposedly kept. Joyce nodded, her enthusiasm growing. I remember you telling me about that. The maid was caught red-handed, wasn't she? All right, Aunt Jane, I'll do it. I'll mention the church crypt to Mrs. Price at the tea shop. She'll have it all over the village by supper. But what happens next? We watch, Miss Marple said simply, and we listen. Inspector Craddock will need to be involved, of course, but discreetly. Sir Henry can help persuade him. The crypt is a public place, easy to monitor without arousing suspicion. If someone takes the bait, we'll know we're on the right track. Joyce set her cup down, her mind racing. It's clever, Aunt Jane, but what if the murderer doesn't fall for it? Or worse, what if they suspect you're onto them? Miss Marple's expression remained unruffled. Then we learned something else, my dear. Every action, or lack of one, tells a story. Now, let's enjoy these scones before they grow cold. And do tell Mrs. Price the story casually, as if you overheard it from a farmhand. The more natural it seems, the better. The afternoon passed in pleasant conversation, Joyce peppering Miss Marple with questions about the case, while the older woman deflected with gentle humour. But beneath her calm exterior, Miss Marple's mind was busy, turning over the details like pieces of a jigsaw. The murderer had been careful, but Clara's death had been a misstep, a sign of panic. And panic, Miss Marple knew, was a crack in even the most polished FAQ aide. As Joyce left, promising to visit the tea shop that evening, Miss Marple returned to her knitting, the needles clicking once more. She thought of Reginald Hawthorne, with his polished manners and secretive air. He was a likely suspect, but something about him didn't fit. He was too detached, too uninvolved in the village's daily life to orchestrate such a personal crime. No, the murderer was someone who knew Tom well, someone who had access to his habits and his home. Mary Bradley, perhaps, with her nervous demeanour and sudden widowhood. Or Edward Langley, the solicitor with his gambling debts and shaky alibi. Or was there another player, hidden in plain sight? Miss Marple's thoughts were interrupted by a knock at the door. She opened it to find Sir Henry Clethering, his silver hair catching the late afternoon light. "Miss Marple," he said, his voice warm, "I hope I'm not intruding. Craddock's been bending my ear about this case, and I thought you might have some insights." "Not intruding at all, Sir Henry," Miss Marple replied, gesturing to a chair. "I was just thinking about our little puzzle. Would you care for tea, sir?" Henry settled into the armchair, his keen eyes studying her. "You're up to something, aren't you? I've seen that look before. Craddock's tearing his hair out, convinced there's a serial poisoner on the loose. But I told him to listen to you. You've a knack for seeing what others miss." Miss Marple poured tea, her movements precise. "You're very kind, sir." "Henry, I'm merely observing, as I always do. But I do believe we're dealing with someone who thinks they're cleverer than they are. Tom's money is the key, I'm sure of it. And I've an idea to flush them out." She outlined her plan, explaining the rumour about the church crypt and Joyce's role in spreading it. Sir Henry listened intently, his expression shifting from curiosity to admiration. "A trap," he said, nodding. "Simple but elegant. If the murderer takes the bait, you'll have them. But you'll need Craddock on board, and he's a stubborn one." "I trust you can persuade him," Miss Marple said with a smile. "He respects you, even if he thinks I'm just a meddling." "Old spinster," Sir Henry chuckled. "He'll come around. I'll speak to him tonight. But be careful, Jane. This isn't one of your village squabbles. Whoever's behind this has killed twice, and they won't hesitate to do it again. I'm always careful." "Sir Henry," Miss Marple said, though her eyes held a glint of determination. "But I've lived in St. Mary Mead long enough to know that secrets don't stay buried forever." Sir Henry left as the sun dipped below the horizon, promising to arrange a meeting with Craddock. Miss Marple returned to her knitting, but her mind was elsewhere, picturing the church crypt with its ancient stones and shadowed corners. It was a fitting stage for her trap, a place where the past and present seemed to intertwine. She thought of young Jimmy, the farmhand who had seen a figure near Tom's barn. His fear had been genuine, and she resolved to speak to him again, gently, to coax out any details he might have overlooked. The next morning, Miss Marple walked to the village, her basket over her arm, her pace unhurried. The air was fresh, scented with spring blossoms, and the village was stirring with its usual rhythm, children running to school, farmers chatting by the post office, Mrs. Price sweeping the steps of her tea shop. Miss Marple nodded greetings, her mind cataloguing every face, every gesture. She stopped at the shop, where Mrs. Price was already bustling about, her apron dusted with flour. "Good morning, Miss Marple," Mrs. Price called, her voice bright but tinged with excitement. "Have you heard the latest? They're saying Tom Bradley's money might still be about, hidden somewhere in the village. Joyce West was in last night, mentioned something about the church crypt. Can you imagine?" Miss Marple's expression was one of mild surprise, though inwardly she was pleased. Joyce had played her part well. "The church crypt," she said, tilting her head. "How curious. I suppose it's the sort of place one might hide something valuable. Though I do hope it's not true such things only stir up trouble." Mrs. Price leaned closer, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "That's what I said. But you know how people talk. By noon, Half the village will be poking around that crypt. Mark my words." Miss Marple smiled, selecting a loaf of bread from the counter. "People do love a mystery, but we mustn't let gossip get the better of us. Good day, Mrs. Price." As she left the shop, Miss Marple felt a quiet satisfaction. The rumour was spreading as she had hoped. Now it was a matter of waiting, of watching for the ripple that would betray the murderer's hand. She made her way to the churchyard, where the ancient yew trees cast long shadows over the graves. Tom's plot was marked by a simple stone, still fresh from the mason's chisel. She paused by it, her eyes scanning the ground for any new clues. The scrap of paper with "Meet me at midnight" had been a tantalizing hint, but it was gone now, likely swept away by the wind or a curious villager. She was about to turn away, when she noticed a small disturbance in the soil near the grave, a faint footprint, barely visible in the soft earth. "It not all review system, not all suggesting a woman's shoe, but too faint to be certain." Miss Marple crouched carefully, her knees protesting, and studied the mark. It was recent, the edges still sharp despite the morning dew. She straightened, her mind racing. Someone had been here, perhaps last night, drawn by the same rumour she had set in motion. Or was it coincidence? She filed the observation away, knowing it might prove significant. Her next stop was the farm where young Jimmy worked. She found him in the fields, mending a fence, his face pale and drawn. "Good morning, Jimmy," she called, her tone gentle. "Might I have a word?" Jimmy looked up, his eyes wary. "Miss Marple, I don't know anything more, honest." "I believe you," she said, her smile reassuring. "But sometimes we remember things later, things we didn't think important. At the time, you said you saw a figure near Tom's barn that night. Can you recall anything about them? Their height, perhaps, or how they moved?" Jimmy fidgeted, his hands twisting around the hammer he held. It was dark. Miss Hyde couldn't see much. "Just a shadow, moving quick-like. Not too tall, I think, but I was scared and didn't look long." Miss Marple nodded, her expression kind. "You did right to tell me, Jimmy, and you mustn't be afraid to speak to Inspector Craddock. He's a good man, and he'll keep you safe." Jimmy mumbled a reply, his eyes on the ground. Miss Marple thanked him and walked back to the village, her mind turning over the new information. A figure not to tall Hawthorne was a tall man, which cast further doubt on his guilt. But Mary Bradley was petite, and Edward Langley was of average height. The footprint by the grave nagged at her. She would mention it to Craddock. That evening she met with Sir Henry and Inspector Craddock at her cottage. Craddock was sceptical, his arms crossed as he leaned against the mantel. "With all due respect, Miss Marple, this sounds like a wild goose chase, spreading rumours about hidden money. It's liable to cause a panic, not catch a killer." Sir Henry raised a hand, his tone firm. "Now, Craddock, you know Miss Marple's instincts are rarely wrong. Her idea is sound. Bait the trap and see who bites. The church crypt is a good choice. It's isolated but accessible. We can keep watch without being seen." Craddock sighed, running a hand through his hair. "All right, I'll set up a watch. Tomorrow night, but if this goes wrong, it's on your head, Sir Henry." Miss Marple smiled serenely. "I have every confidence in you, Inspector, and I shall be there too, if you don't mind. An old woman's presence won't raise suspicion." Craddock's eyebrows shot up, but Sir Henry chuckled. "You're incorrigible, Jane. Very well, we'll meet at the church at dusk. But for heaven's sake, stay out of trouble." As they left, Miss Marple returned to her knitting, her thoughts racing. The trap was set, the rumour spreading like ripples in a pond. She pictured the church crypt, its cold stone walls and shadowed corners, and felt a prickle of anticipation. The murderer was out there, watching, waiting, and soon they would make their move. The next day passed in a blur of village life, children playing in the square, farmers hauling carts to market, women exchanging news over garden fences. Miss Marple kept to her routine, attending and knitting, circle at the vicarage, and chatting with the postmistress, all the while listening for whispers of the crypt rumour. By evening, the story had taken hold, with villagers casting curious glances toward the church. She overheard a group of farmhands speculating about the money, their voices tinged with greed. Good, she thought. The bait is tempting. At dusk, she slipped into a dark shawl and made her way to the church, where Craddock and Sir Henry waited in the vestry. Craddock's face was grim, but Sir Henry gave her a nod of encouragement. All set, Jane. We've got 2 constables hidden near the crypt entrance. If anyone shows, we'll see them. Miss Marple settled onto a pew, her knitting in her lap, her eyes sharp despite the dim light. The church was silent, save for the faint creak of old wood and the distant hoot of an owl. Hours passed, the night growing colder, and Craddock's impatience was palpable. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, a faint sound came from the crypt's soft scrape, like a foot on stone. Craddock tensed, his hand on his flashlight, but Miss Marple raised a finger to her lips. They waited, the air thick with tension. A shadow moved in the crypt's entrance, small and quick, then vanished into the darkness. Craddock flicked on his flashlight, the beam cutting through the gloom, but the figure was gone, slipping away before the constables could react. Blast! It, Craddock hissed, starting forward, but Miss Marple's voice stopped him. Wait, Inspector. They left something behind. She pointed to a small object on the crypt floor, glinting in the flashlight's beam. Craddock retrieved it, a monogrammed handkerchief, the initials EL embroidered in fine thread. Miss Marple's heart quickened. Edward Langley. But was he the shadowy figure, or was this another misdirection? As they left the church, Craddock muttering about the fiasco, Miss Marple's mind was already at work. The trap had not caught the murderer, but it had revealed a clue. And clues, she knew, were the stepping stones to truth. She walked home. Under the stars, her steps light, despite the late hour, her thoughts racing toward the next move in this deadly game. Chapter 8. The midnight watch. The moon hung low over St. Mary Mead, casting a silver glow across the village's cobbled lanes and thatched roofs. The air was crisp, scented with blooming lilacs and the faint dampness of spring earth. Miss Jane Marple sat in her cottage, her knitting needles clicking softly as she worked on a pale pink shawl. The fire in her hearth crackled, casting flickering shadows on the walls, but her mind was far from the cosy comfort of her drawing room. She was piecing together the puzzle of Tom Bradley's death, and now Clara Phelps's, with a growing certainty that the murderer was someone cunning, someone who thrived on misdirection. Her plan to plant a false rumor about Tom's hidden money being stashed in the church crypt was a gamble, but Miss Marple had played such games before. She knew the greedy and the guilty could rarely resist the lure of easy wealth. Earlier that day, she had sat with Joyce West, her nephew's wife, over tea and scones, carefully orchestrating the spread of the rumor. Joyce, with her artistic flair and penchant for village chatter, was the perfect messenger. Miss Marple had leaned forward, her blue eyes sharp behind her spectacles, and said, "My dear, You must be discreet, but I have heard from Mrs. Price that Tom's money quite a sum, they say, was never found at his farm. Some whisper it's hidden in the church crypt, of all places. Imagine such a fortune tucked away in those old stones. Joyce's eyes had widened, and Miss Marple knew the tale would spread like wildfire through St. Mary Mead's tea shops and post office queues. By evening, the village was abuzz with speculation, and Miss Marple was certain the murderer would hear of it. Greed, she thought, was a predictable flaw. Now, as the village clock struck 11, Miss Marple set her knitting aside and donned her black wool coat and sturdy shoes. She wrapped a scarf around her neck, picked up her umbrella more for reassurance. Then Necessity Ann stepped out into the night. The plan was set. She, Inspector Craddock, and Sir Henry Clavering would keep watch over the church crypt, hidden in the shadows, to catch whoever took the bait. Craddock had been sceptical when she proposed the trap, his broad shoulders stiffening as he muttered about amateur theatrics. But Sir Henry, with his years of experience and fondness for Miss Marple's methods, had persuaded him that old girl's got a knack for this sort of thing, Craddock, he'd said with a chuckle. You'd do well to trust her instincts. The church of St. Mary Mead stood at the edge of the village, its ancient stone walls weathered by centuries of rain and wind. The graveyard surrounding it was a patchwork of tilting headstones and moss-covered crosses, silent under the moonlight. Miss Marple approached the churchyard gate, her steps soft but purposeful. She spotted Craddock's silhouette near the yew tree, his dark overcoat blending with the shadows. Sir Henry was nearby, leaning casually against a low wall, his pipe glowing faintly as he took a puff. They exchanged brief nods, their voices hushed to avoid detection. Miss Marple, Craddock whispered, his tone a mix of exasperation and curiosity. Are you certain about this? We're staking out a crypt based on village gossip you started. Yourself. If this goes wrong, I'll have a devil of a time explaining it to the superintendent. Miss Marple's lips curved into a small smile. My dear Inspector, the guilty are often predictable. Whoever killed Tom and Clara is driven by something: greed, fear, or both. They'll come tonight, I'm sure of it. We need only be patient. Sir Henry chuckled softly. She's right, Craddock. I've seen her pull off stranger schemes than this. Remember the case of the vicar's missing silver? She had the thief confessing over a cup of tea. Craddock grunted, but said no more, adjusting his position to better view the church's side entrance, where a narrow stone path led to the crypt below. The crypt itself was an ancient relic, rarely used except for the occasional historical tour. Its heavy iron gate was rusted but sturdy, and Miss Marple had confirmed earlier that day, under the pretense of visiting the vicar, that it was locked. Only someone desperate would attempt to break in, and desperation was precisely what she was counting on. The night grew colder, and Miss Marple tightened her scarf, her eyes scanning the darkness. The village was silent, save for the occasional hoot of an owl or the rustle of leaves in the breeze. She thought of Tom Bradley, a sturdy, honest farmer who'd never harmed a soul, and Clara Phelps, whose sharp tongue and secretive ways had masked her own vulnerabilities. Both deaths were calculated, staged to look like suicides, but Miss Marple knew better. She'd seen it before in St. Mary Mead, a young woman, years ago, who'd poisoned her husband and claimed he'd taken his own life. The signs were always there, in the little inconsistencies, the nervous glances, the stories that didn't quite add up. Midnight came and went, marked by the slow chime of the church clock. Craddock shifted restlessly, his boots scuffing the gravel. Perhaps your rumour didn't take, Miss Marple, he murmured. We've been here nearly an hour. Patience, Inspector, she replied softly. The guilty are often cautious. They'll wait until they think the village is asleep, sir. Henry nodded, his pipe now extinguished. She's right. I've known criminals to watch a place for hours before making a move. Keeps us on our toes, doesn't it? As if on cue, a faint sound broke the silencer's soft crunch of footsteps on the gravel path. Miss Marple's heart quickened, but she remained still, her eyes narrowing as she peered into the darkness. A figure emerged from the shadows, moving cautiously toward the church's side entrance. The figure was cloaked in a dark coat, a hat pulled low over their face, making it impossible to discern their features. They carried a small tool, perhaps a crowbar, and paused at the crypt gate, glancing around as if sensing they were watched. Tensed, his hand moving to the flashlight at his belt. Miss Marple placed a gentle hand on his arm. Not yet, she whispered. Let them commit to the act. We need evidence. The figure knelt at the gate, working at the lock with quiet efficiency. The scrape of metal on metal was faint but unmistakable. Miss Marple's mind raced, cataloguing details. The figure's height, the way they moved, the shape of their shoulders. She noted they were shorter than Reginald Hawthorne, whose tall, elegant frame she'd observed at Ashfield Manor. This ruled him out, but it opened a new set of possibilities. Edward Langley, the solicitor with the gambling debts. Mary Bradley, Tom's widow, who'd been so nervous at the inquest. Or someone else entirely, a villager she hadn't yet considered. The lock clicked, and the gate creaked open. The figure slipped inside, descending the stone steps into the crypt. Craddock's patience snapped. Now, he hissed, flicking on his flashlight and charging toward the entrance. The beam of light cut through the darkness, illuminating the crypts, stone walls, and the startled figure within. Miss Marple and Sir Henry followed, moving as quickly as their ages allowed. Stop where you are, Craddock barked, his voice echoing in the confined space. The figure spun around, their face still obscured by the hat, and bolted toward a side passage in the crypt. Craddock gave chase, his footsteps pounding on the stone floor. Miss Marple, her breath coming in short puffs, reached the gate and peered inside, her sharp eyes catching a glimpse of the figure as they dodged around a corner. They're heading for the old tunnel, Sir Henry called, pointing to a narrow passage that led to an ancient escape route, long sealed but rumoured to connect to the vicarage. Craddock cursed under his breath and sprinted after the figure, his flashlight bobbing wildly. Miss Marple, ever practical, remained at the gate, knowing her role was observation, not pursuit. She scanned the crypt's entrance, her eyes falling on a small object glinting in the moonlight. She bent down, her joints protesting, and picked it up, a monogrammed handkerchief. Its fine linen embroidered with the initials E.L. Edward Langley. Her lips pursed. It was too convenient, too neatly placed. A clue left behind so deliberately suggested either carelessness or a deliberate attempt to mislead. Sir Henry joined her, breathing heavily from the brief exertion. "Did you see who it was?" he asked. "No," Miss Marple admitted, holding up the handkerchief, "but this is interesting. Edward Langley's initials, and yet I wonder if it's his. The murderer is clever, Sir Henry. They know we're watching." Craddock returned moments later, his face flushed with frustration. "Lost them in the tunnel," he growled. "It's a maze down there, and the exit's been boarded up for years. They must have known another way out." Miss Marple nodded, tucking the handkerchief into her pocket. "They were prepared, Inspector. But they've made a mistake. This handkerchief is a clue, though perhaps not the one they intended. Craddock frowned, wiping sweat from his brow. You think it's a plant? Langley's not that careless, surely. Perhaps not, Miss Marple said thoughtfully. But someone wants us to think he is. We must be cautious. The murderer is watching us as closely as we're watching them. The trio returned to Miss Marple's cottage, the night's events weighing heavily on them. Craddock was visibly irritated, pacing the small drawing-room as Miss Marple poured tea. We had them, Miss Marple, he said. If that blasted flashlight hadn't given us away, we'd have our man or woman. Or both, Miss Marple said mildly, passing him a cup. The handkerchief points to Mr. Langley, but I've known him since he was a boy. He's weak, prone to temptation, but not bold enough for murder. Someone may be using him as a scapegoat. Sir Henry settled into an armchair, his eyes twinkling with interest. You've got a theory, haven't you, Jane? I can see it in that look of yours. Miss Marple smiled faintly. A suspicion, Sir Henry. The figure tonight was careful, but not careful enough. Their height, their gait, they weren't Mr. Hawthorne, as I'd half expected. And they weren't Mr. Langley, who has a distinctive limp from an old injury. But they were familiar. I've seen that walk before, in the village, perhaps at the tea shop or the church. Craddock stopped pacing, his interest piqued. You're saying it's someone we've overlooked? A villager, possibly, Miss Marple said, sipping her tea. St. Mary Mead is full of secrets, Inspector. People hide their true natures behind smiles and pleasantries. I once knew a girl here, a quiet little thing, who stole from her employer for years and never raised a suspicion. It's the quiet ones you must watch. The conversation turned to next steps. Craddock agreed to investigate the handkerchief, though he remained skeptical of its significance. Sir Henry suggested checking Langley's alibi for the night of Tom's death, as well as Clara's, to see if any connections emerged. Miss Marple, meanwhile, resolved to revisit the village tea shop the next day. Mrs. Price, the shopkeeper, had a knack for noticing details others missed, and Miss Marple was certain she'd heard something useful amid the gossip. As the clock struck 2, Craddock and Sir Henry took their leave, promising to reconvene in the morning. Miss Marple saw them out, then returned to her knitting, her mind racing despite the late hour. The handkerchief, the figure's escape, the carefully staged death sit, all pointed to a mind both cunning and desperate. She thought of Mary Bradley, whose nervous demeanour at the inquest had struck her as odd. She thought of Edward Langley, whose debts made him vulnerable, and she thought of Reginald Hawthorne, the charming outsider who seemed to draw suspicion like a magnet. Someone was pulling the strings, and Miss Marple was determined to find them. The next morning dawned bright and clear, the village stirring with its usual rhythm. Miss Marple, ever the early riser, was at the tea shop by 9, her charity pamphlets in hand as a convenient excuse. Mrs. Price greeted her warmly, her round face flushed from the morning rush. "Oh, Miss Marple, did you hear about the commotion at the church last night?" she said, wiping her hands on her apron. "They say someone tried to break into the crypt. Looking for poor Tom's money, no doubt." Miss Marple nodded, her expression one of mild surprise. "Goodness, Mrs. Price, how extraordinary. Have you heard anything else? Any talk of who it might have been?" Mrs. Price leaned closer, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "Well, I shouldn't say, but young Jimmy from the pub was in earlier. Said he saw someone sneaking around the churchyard a few nights ago, before all this business with the crypt. A woman, he thought, though he couldn't be sure. said she moved quick, like she didn't want to be seen. Miss Marple's pulse quickened, but she kept her tone light. A woman, how curious. Did Jimmy say anything else? Not much, Mrs. Price admitted. He's a bit shy, that one. But I did hear from Mrs. Baxter that Mr. Langley's been acting odd lately. Missed a meeting with her husband about some legal papers. And him with that gambling trouble. Everyone knows he's in debt up to his ears. Miss Marple thanked Mrs. Price and bought a packet of biscuits, her mind already turning over the new information. A woman in the churchyard, Langley's odd behaviour writ was all beginning to fit, though the picture was still hazy. She spent the rest of the morning visiting other villagers, her questions gentle but pointed. By noon, she had learned that Mary Bradley had been seen leaving her farm late at night several times in the past week, always alone and always heading toward the village centre. It wasn't proof, but it was enough to deepen Miss Marple's suspicions. That afternoon, she met Craddock at the police station, where he was poring over reports. The handkerchief had been sent for analysis, though he doubted it would yield much. No fingerprints, he said gruffly. Too clean, if you ask me. Like someone wanted us to find it. Exactly, Miss Marple said, her eyes bright. Inspector, I'd like you to look into Mary Bradley's movements the night of Clara's death. And perhaps Mr. Langley's as well. I have a feeling they're connected, though not in the way we might expect. Craddock raised an eyebrow, but nodded. I'll do it, but I hope you're right about this, Miss Marple. My men are stretched, thin, and the superintendent's breathing down my neck. Miss Marple returned home, her mind buzzing with possibilities. She sat by her window, watching the village go about its day, and thought of the figure in the crypt. The way they moved, the careful planning it reminded her of a case long ago, when a St. Mary Mead shopkeeper had orchestrated a theft to cover a larger crime. The key was always in the details, the small things others overlooked. She picked up her knitting, her needles moving rhythmically as she planned her next move. The trap had failed to catch the murderer, but it had shaken them. And a shaken criminal, she knew, was prone to mistakes. The days that followed were a flurry of quiet investigation. Miss Marple visited the church again, this time with the vicar's permission to examine the crypt more closely. She found nothing new, but the visit confirmed her suspicion that the tunnel was a red herring. The boarded-up exit hadn't been disturbed in years. The figure's escape had been planned, likely through a lesser-known passage she hadn't yet discovered. She made a mental note to ask the vicar about old church records, which might mention such routes. Meanwhile, Craddock's inquiries bore fruit. Mary Bradley's alibi for the night of Clara's death was weak. She claimed to have been at home, but no one could confirm it. Langley, too, was evasive, his story about a client meeting falling apart when the client denied it. The net was tightening, but Miss Marple knew they needed more than circumstantial evidence. She needed the murderer to reveal themselves, and for that, she would need another trap one even more cunning than the last dot. As the week drew to a close, Miss Marple sat with Sir Henry over tea, discussing the case. It's a clever one, Jane, he said, his eyes gleaming with admiration. But you're cleverer. That handkerchief's got you thinking, hasn't it? It has, she admitted. It's too perfect, Sir Henry, like a line in a play meant to draw our attention. I think our murderer is someone who knows the village well, someone who understands how we think and talk, and I think they're closer than we realize. Sir Henry leaned back, puffing on his pipe. You've got someone in mind, don't you? Miss Marple's eyes twinkled. A suspicion, nothing more. but I've learned never to underestimate the quiet ones. They're the ones who surprise you. The conversation turned to the next steps, and Miss Marple outlined her plan for a second trap. This time at Ashfield Manor. She would need Craddock's cooperation and Joyce's flair for gossip to set the stage. As she spoke, her knitting needles clicked steadily, a counterpoint to the intricate web she was weaving. The murderer was cunning, but Miss Marple was patient, and in St. Mary Mead, patience always won. Chapter 9. The solicitor's secret. Miss Jane Marple adjusted her shawl as she stepped out of her cottage into the crisp spring air of St. Mary Mead. The village was abuzz with speculation. The deaths of Tom Bradley and Clara Phelps hanging over the community like a persistent fog. The morning sun cast long shadows across the cobblestone path as she made her way toward the high street, her mind turning over the puzzle that had unfolded in the past weeks. The torn scrap of paper she found near Tom's grave, with its cryptic "Meet me at midnight," lingered in her thoughts. It was a clue, she was certain, but to what end? And now, with the village pointing fingers at Reginald Hawthorne, the mysterious newcomer, Miss Marple's instincts told her the truth lay elsewhere perhaps, in the quiet, unassuming office of Edward Langley, the local solicitor. She walked at a leisurely pace, her black lace-up shoes tapping softly against the path. To any onlooker, she was merely an elderly spinster out for a morning stroll, perhaps to drop off a knitting pattern, or collect a parcel. But her sharp eyes missed nothing. The way Mrs. Price, the shopkeeper, lingered at her door, whispering to a customer, the quick glance of a young man hurrying past with a newspaper tucked under his arm, the faint scent of lilacs from a garden gate. These were the threads of St. Mary Mead, and Miss Marple knew how to weave them into a pattern. Her destination was Edward Langley's office, a modest brick building tucked between the post office and the butcher's shop. Langley was a man of middle age, with a reputation for competence, if not charm. He handled wills, property disputes, and the occasional legal squabble with a quiet efficiency that made him a fixture in the village, if not a beloved one. Yet, the discovery of his initials, E.L., on the monogrammed handkerchief found in the church crypt, had piqued Miss Marple's curiosity. It was too neat, too convenient, and she had long ago learnt to distrust such tidy coincidences. As she approached the office, she paused to adjust her hat, a practical straw affair adorned with a single ribbon. The gesture was deliberate, giving her a moment to observe the street. A delivery boy cycled past, his basket wobbling with parcels. Across the way, a woman swept her doorstep, her eyes darting toward Miss Marple with the curiosity of a villager who knew something was afoot. Satisfied that no one was paying her undue attention, Miss Marple pushed open the door to Langley's office, a small bell jingling above her head. The interior was, as she expected, a cramped waiting area with a worn rug, a desk piled with papers, and a faint smell of ink and old leather. A young clerk, a mousy girl named Betsy, looked up from her typewriter, her fingers pausing mid-keystroke. "Good morning, Miss Marple," she said, her voice tinged with surprise. "Mr. Langley's in, but he's with a client. Would you like to wait?" "Thank you, Betsy, dear," Miss Marple replied, her tone warm but measured. "I shan't be long. I only need a word about some legal matters, a trifling thing, really." She settled into a chair by the window, her knitting bag resting on her lap. The bag, a faded floral affair, contained her usual skeins of wool, but today it also held a small notebook where she jotted observations in her neat, precise hand. As she waited, Her fingers worked automatically, the needles clicking softly. She observed the room, noting the framed certificates on the wall, the slightly crooked picture of a hunting scene, and the faint dust on the windowsill. Betsy returned to her typing, the clatter filling the silence. Miss Marple's mind, however, was far from idle. Langley's handkerchief in the crypt suggested a connection to the nighttime prowler, but was it his? And if so, why was he there? The missing money from Tom Bradley's farm, Clara's expensive brooch, and now the cryptic note all pointed to a scheme larger than a simple land dispute. The inner door opened, and a farmer in a tweed cap emerged, nodding curtly to Betsy before leaving. Moments later, Edward Langley appeared, his thin frame clad in a well-worn suit. His face, usually pale and composed, showed a flicker of unease as he saw Miss Marple. "Miss Marple," he said, forcing a smile and unexpected pleasure. "How can I assist you today?" "Oh, Mr. Langley, I do hope I'm not intruding," she said, rising with a slight wobble, her eyes twinkling with disarming innocence. "I've been thinking about updating my will. Nothing urgent, of course, but one must be prepared. Could we have a chat?" Langley hesitated, his fingers adjusting his tie. "Of course," he said, gesturing toward his office. "Please, come in." The office was a study in order, with shelves of legal tomes and a large oak desk dominating the space. Miss Marple settled into a chair opposite Langley, her knitting bag at her feet. She noted the desk's contents, a stack of files, a brass paperweight, and, most intriguingly, a small glass bottle tucked behind a ledger. The label was partially obscured, but the word rat was visible, suggesting arsenic-based rat poison. Her heart quickened, though her face remained serene. "Now, about your will," Langley began, pulling a notepad toward him. "Have you specific changes in mind, or—" "It's all rather vague at the moment," Miss Marple said, waving a hand airily. "I've been meaning to ensure my nephew Raymond gets my silver teapot, but I'm also considering a small bequest for the church. You handled Tom Bradley's affairs, didn't you? Such a tragedy, his passing." Langley's pen paused, and his eyes flicked up to meet hers. "Yes, poor Tom," he said, his voice steady but his fingers tightening on the pen. "A terrible loss for the village, indeed," Miss Marple said, her needles clicking softly as she pulled her knitting from the bag. "And so odd, the coroner's ruling of suicide. I knew Tom, you see, not well, but enough to know he wasn't the sort to take his own life. And then there's the matter of his money gone missing. You wouldn't know anything about that, I suppose." Langley's face paled slightly, but he recovered quickly. "I'm afraid I don't, Miss Marple. Tom's finances were straightforward, a few savings, nothing extraordinary. As for the money, I heard the rumors, but I've no knowledge of it." "Of course," she said, her tone soothing, "though it's curious, isn't it? And poor Clara Phelps, too. 2 poisonings in our little village, it's quite unsettling. I suppose you were here the night Tom died." "I heard you were with a client." Langley's jaw tightened, and he leaned back in his chair. "Yes, I was with Mr. Thompson, the grocer, going over some contracts." "Why do you ask?" "Oh, no reason," Miss Marple said, her eyes dropping to her knitting. "Just making conversation. You know how we old ladies get, always piecing things together." She smiled, but her gaze lingered on the bottle of rat poison, now fully visible as Langley shifted a file. "That's an interesting bottle on your desk. For pests, I presume." Langley followed her gaze, and for a moment his composure faltered. That, yes, we had a bit of a rat problem. Last month, it's just a precaution. He moved the ledger to cover the bottle. His movements quick, but not quick enough to escape her notice. I see, Miss Marple said, her voice light. Rats can be such a nuisance. Well, I mustn't take up more of your time. I'll think over the will and come back with specifics. She tucked her knitting away and stood, her eyes sweeping the room one last time. A photograph on the shelf caught her attention, a younger Langley with a woman who bore a striking resemblance to Elsie, the maid recently found drowned. The connection was tenuous, but Miss Marple filed it away as she left the office, the bell jingling behind her. She felt a familiar thrill. Langley was nervous, too nervous for a man with nothing to hide. The rat poison was a damning clue, though not proof, and his alibi that he was with Mr. Thompson was worth checking. She made a mental note to visit the grocer later. The high street was busier now, with villagers going about their errands. Miss Marple paused at the tea shop where Mrs. Price was wiping down tables. "Good morning, Mrs. Price," she said, settling at a corner table. "A pot of Earl Grey, if you please." Mrs. Price bustled over, her apron slightly askew. "Morning, Miss Marple. Dreadful business about Elsie, isn't it? First Tom, then Clara, and now her. Folk are saying it's a curse on St. Mary Mead." "Nonsense," Miss Marple said briskly. "There's no curse, only human nature at work. Tell me, did you know Elsie well?" "I heard she worked at Ashfield Manor." Mrs. Price nodded, pouring tea from a chipped pot. "Aye, she did. Quiet girl, but sweet. She was sweet on someone, though she'd blush when his name came up, but she never said who. I reckon it was someone important, the way she carried on." "Interesting," Miss Marple said, stirring her tea. "And did you ever see her with Mr. Langley, the solicitor? I understand he's quite involved in village affairs." Mrs. Price's eyes widened. "Now that you mention it, I did see them talking once, near the church. Looked like a serious conversation, too. But I wouldn't think much of it. Mr. Langley's always talking to folk about legal matters." "Of course," Miss Marple said, sipping her tea, "just idle curiosity." But her mind was racing. Elsie's connection to Langley, however slight, was another thread in the tapestry. If Elsie had known something perhaps about Tom's money or Clara's death, she might have become a liability. Leaving the tea shop, Miss Marple made her way to the grocer's, where Mr. Thompson was stacking cans of soup. He was a jovial man, with a ruddy face and a booming laugh. "Miss Marple," he greeted, "come for some biscuits. I've got those lemon ones you like." "Tempting, Mr. Thompson, but I'm here on another matter," she said, her tone conspiratorial. "I was speaking with Mr. Langley about my will, and he mentioned he was with you the night poor Tom Bradley died. I just wanted to confirm the date's so easy to mix things up." Thompson scratched his head. "With me, let's see. I did have a meeting with him about some rental agreements, but that was a week before Tom's death. The night Tom died, I was at the pub with my brother. Langley wasn't with me." Miss Marple's heart gave a little leap, though her face remained placid. "My mistake then. Thank you, Mr. Thompson." She purchased a packet of biscuits to maintain her cover and left, her mind worry. Langley's alibi was false, a dangerous lie for a man already under suspicion. By the time she returned to her cottage, the sun was high and the village was settling into its midday rhythm. She sat by her window, her knitting in hand, and reviewed her findings: Langley's handkerchief, his nervous demeanour, the rat poison, and now a shaky alibi, all pointed to his involvement. But was he the mastermind or merely a pawn? The connection to Elsie suggested a deeper motive, perhaps romantic or financial. And then there was Mary Bradley, Tom's widow, whose nervous behavior at the inquest had not escaped Miss Marple's notice. She opened her notebook and jotted down her thoughts, her handwriting as precise as ever. E.L. handkerchief in crypt. Planted, rat poison in offer same as used on Tom and Clara. False alibi was Langley the night of Tom's death. Elsie's connection to Langley romantic, blackmail. Mary Bradley's behavior grief or guilt. She closed the notebook and leaned back, her eyes drifting to the garden outside. The lilacs were in full bloom, their scent drifting through the open window. It reminded her of a case years ago in St. Mary Mead, where a young woman had used her charm to manipulate a solicitor into hiding her theft. The parallel was striking. Could Mary be involved, perhaps with Langley? The missing money was the key, she was certain. Whoever had it, or wanted it, was at the heart of this mystery. That evening, Miss Marple telephoned Inspector Craddock, her voice calm but insistent. "Inspector, I've had a thought about Mr. Langley," she said. "It seems his alibi for the night of Tom Bradley's death may not hold up. You might want to speak with Mr. Thompson, the grocer, to confirm." Craddock, accustomed to Miss Marple's insights, sighed but agreed. "I'll look into it, Miss Marple. But you mustn't go poking around too much, it's dangerous." "Oh, I'm far too old for danger, Inspector," she said, a twinkle in her voice. But as she hung up, her expression was grim. Danger or not, she was close to the truth, and she would not stop until the murderer was caught. The next morning, she received a visit from Sir Henry Clethering, who arrived with a basket of apples. From his orchard. "Jane, you're stirring things up again," he said, settling into her armchair. "Craddock tells me you've got him chasing Langley now." "Only a suggestion, Henry," she said, offering him a cup of tea. "But I do think Mr. Langley knows more than he's letting on. That handkerchief in the crypt, for instance, it's too convenient." Sir Henry nodded, his eyes sharp. "You think it was planted?" "Possibly," she said, "or dropped in haste. Either way, it points to someone trying to cover their tracks. And then there's Elsie's death, another so-called suicide. It's all too neat, Henry." "I don't like neat." They spent the next hour discussing the case, Sir Henry marvelling at her ability to see patterns where others saw only chaos. As he left, he promised to nudge Craddock further, ensuring Langley's alibi was thoroughly investigated. Over the next few days, Miss Marple kept a low profile, attending church and chatting with villagers, all the while gathering snippets of information. She learned that Langley had been seen at the bank, withdrawing a large sum of cash, and that he'd been absent from his office more than usual. She also heard from Jimmy, the local youth, who admitted he'd seen Langley near Tom's farm a week before the murder. Though he couldn't be sure of the exact night, by the end of the week, Craddock called with news. "You were right about Langley's alibi," he said, his voice grudgingly respectful. "Thompson confirms he wasn't with him the night Tom died. We've brought Langley in for questioning, and we're searching his office. Found that bottle of rat poison you mentioned matches the type used in Tom's and Clara's deaths." Miss Marple nodded, though Craddock couldn't see her. "And Elsie?" she asked. "We're looking into her connection to Langley. Seems they were closer than we thought, possibly romantic. If she knew something, it might explain her death." "Be careful, Inspector," Miss Marple said. "Langley's not the only piece of this puzzle. There's someone else pulling the strings, I'm sure of it." As she hung up, she returned to her knitting, her mind racing. Langley was involved, but was he the mastermind? The missing money, the cryptic note, the staged suicides all pointed to a cunning plan. And Mary Bradley's nervous glances at the inquest kept resurfacing in her memory. Could she and Langley be working together? Or was there another player, someone hiding in plain sight? The days passed, and Miss Marple continued her quiet investigation, her visits to the tea shop and churchyard yielding more gossip. She learned that Mary had been seen with Langley at the edge of the village, their heads bent close in conversation. She also discovered that Elsie had been asking questions about Clara's brooch before her death, suggesting she suspected something amiss. By the following Sunday, Miss Marple felt the net tightening. She sat in her pew at church, her eyes scanning the congregation. Langley was absent, likely still in custody, but Mary was there, her face pale and her hands clasped tightly. Miss Marple noted the way her eyes darted to the door, as if expecting someone or fearing them. After the service, Miss Marple lingered in the churchyard, pretending to admire the roses. Mary approached, her expression guarded. "Miss Marple," she said, her voice trembling slightly, "you've been asking a lot of questions about Tom's death." "Only trying to understand, my dear," Miss Marple said, her tone gentle. "It's such a tragedy, and now Elsie's such a young life lost." Mary's eyes filled with tears, but Miss Marple sensed something rehearsed in her grief. "I just want to move on," Mary said. "Tom wouldn't want all this fuss." "Of course," Miss Marple said, patting her hand, but as Mary walked away, Miss Marple's eyes narrowed. Mary's grief was convincing, but not quite convincing enough. That evening, Miss Marple sat by her fire, her knitting idle in her lap. The pieces were falling into place, but the picture was still incomplete. Langley's false alibi and the rat poison were damning, but they didn't explain the missing money or Clara's brooch. And Elsie's death, why drown her when poison had worked before? It suggested a change in plan, or perhaps a second hand at work. She opened her notebook and added a final entry. Mary and Langley lovers, partners in crime. Elsie's questions about the brooch. Did she know too much? The money still missing, the key to it all. As she closed the notebook, a plan began to form. She needed to draw the murderer out to test her theory about Mary and Langley. The false rumor about the money in the church crypt had almost worked. Perhaps a similar trap, set in a more controlled environment, would reveal the truth. Miss Marple leaned back, her eyes gleaming in the firelight. She would need Craddock's help, and perhaps Sir Henry's, to stage the final act. But she was certain. Now the murderer was close, and her genius trick was ready to spring. Chapter 10. A red herring uncovered. The village hall of St. Mary Mead buzzed with a restless energy, the kind that only a small, tight-knit community could muster when scandal and suspicion hung thick in the air. The spring sunlight filtered through the tall, dusty windows, casting long, golden beams across the wooden floor, where rows of chairs had been hastily arranged for the community meeting. The hall, usually reserved for harvest festivals or the occasional amateur theatrical, now served as the stage for a far more serious drama. Villagers shuffled in, their faces a mix of curiosity, fear, and indignation, their whispers forming a low hum that rose and fell like a distant tide. Miss Jane Marple sat near the back, her knitting needles clicking softly in her lap, her sharp eyes taking in every detail, the way Mrs. Price clutched her handbag, the nervous twitch in Mr. Hawthorne's jaw, the way Edward Langley, the solicitor, avoided meeting anyone's gaze. The meeting had been called by the vicar, Mr. Clement, ostensibly to address the recent spate of tragedies in the village. Tom Bradley's poisoning, Clara Phelps's death in Ashfield Manor, and now the shocking drowning of Elsie, the young maid who had worked for Mr. Hawthorne. The official rulings for Tom, accident for Elsie, and an ongoing investigation for Clara had done little to quell the villagers' unease. If anything, the lack of clear answers had fueled wild speculation, and the villagers were eager to air their theories, however far-fetched. Miss Marple, ever the observer of human nature, knew that such gatherings were less about finding truth, and more about venting fears, pointing fingers, and settling old scores. She adjusted her shawl and leaned slightly forward, her mind as alert as ever, sifting through the gossip for the threads of truth that always lay buried beneath. Mr. Clement stood at the front of the hall, his hands raised in a futile attempt to quiet the crowd. "Please, everyone, let us begin with a moment of silence for Tom, Clara, and Elsie," he said, his voice gentle but firm. The room fell into an uneasy hush, broken only by the occasional cough or the creak of a chair. Miss Marple bowed her head, but her eyes remained open, scanning the room. She noted Mary Bradley, Tom's widow, sitting near the front, her face pale and her hands twisting a handkerchief into knots. Beside her, Mrs. Price whispered something to her neighbour, a stout woman in a floral dress who nodded vigorously. Mr. Hawthorne, the enigmatic newcomer, sat alone, his polished demeanour slightly frayed, his fingers drumming lightly on the arm of his chair. Edward Langley, meanwhile, had positioned himself near the door, as if ready to bolt at the first opportunity. The vicar cleared his throat. "Thank you. Now, as you all know, our village has been struck by terrible losses. The police are doing their utmost, and Inspector Craddock has kindly agreed to update us on their progress. But first, I urge you all to remain calm and avoid spreading rumours. We are a community, and we must support one another." A murmur rippled through the crowd, and Miss Marple caught fragments of conversation. "Poison, they say. Not natural, not in St. Mary Mead. That Hawthorne fellow, too smooth by half. Poor Elsie, only a girl," she knitted. A few more stitches, her mind racing. The villagers' suspicion of Reginald Hawthorne was palpable, and she could see why. He was an outsider, a charming but secretive man who had arrived with little explanation and rented the grand Ashfield Manor, a house that had stood empty for years. His polished manners and tailored suits stood out in a village where most wore sturdy boots and homespun wool. But Miss Marple knew that prejudice could cloud judgment, and she suspected the real culprit was counting on that very prejudice to deflect suspicion. Inspector Craddock stepped forward, his broad shoulders and no-nonsense demeanour commanding attention. "Good afternoon," he began, his voice carrying easily over the crowd. "I understand your concerns, and I assure you we're working diligently. Tom Bradley's death was ruled a suicide by the coroner, based on the evidence of arsenic poisoning, and his recent financial troubles. Clara Phelps's death is still under investigation, but we suspect foul play. As for Elsie, the initial findings suggest she drowned accidentally, possibly after slipping near the pond. We're awaiting further tests to confirm." A man in the front row, Mr. Dobbs, a local butcher with a booming voice, stood up. "With all due respect, Inspector, that's a load of nonsense. 3 deaths in a month. In St. Mary Mead, someone's behind this, and we all know who's new around here." He shot a pointed look at Hawthorne, who stiffened but said nothing. The room erupted in a chorus of agreement, voices overlapping in a cacophony of accusation. He's got that big house. But what's he hiding? Tom argued with him over that land. Clara worked for him, didn't she? Miss Marple's needles paused for a moment as she watched Hawthorne's reaction. His lips tightened, but he remained composed, his eyes fixed on Craddock. She made a mental note. A guilty man might have protested, but an innocent one might stay silent to avoid fueling the fire. Or perhaps he was simply clever enough to know that arguing would only make him look worse. Craddock raised a hand for silence. I understand your concerns, but we must stick to the facts. We have no evidence linking Mr. Hawthorne or anyone else to these deaths. Spreading rumors without proof only makes our job harder. If anyone has concrete information, please come to me directly. Mrs. Price stood, her voice shrill. Well, I heard Clara Phelps was acting strange before she died. Nervous, like she knew something. And she was working at that manor, wasn't she? Maybe she saw something she shouldn't have. The crowd murmured again, and Miss Marple's eyes narrowed. Mrs. Price's gossip was useful, but it was also dangerous, feeding the villagers' growing paranoia. She recalled a case from years ago, when a young woman in St. Mary Mead had been falsely accused of theft. Because the village had turned on her for her strange ways, the real thief had been a respected shopkeeper, using the villagers' prejudice to cover his tracks. Miss Marple suspected something similar Cunning killer was letting Hawthorne take the blame while they moved unnoticed. She glanced at Edward Langley, who had remained silent throughout the meeting. His face was pale, and his hands were clasped tightly in his lap. Miss Marple had visited his office only yesterday, under the pretense of needing advice on a minor legal matter. She had noted the bottle of arsenic-based rat poison in his desk drawer, casually mentioned as something for the office mice. His alibi for the night of Tom's death had been vague, a client meeting in a neighboring village with no one to corroborate it. And now, with Elsie's death, Miss Marple couldn't shake the feeling that Langley's gambling debts, which Craddock had uncovered, were more significant than they seemed. But was he the mastermind, or merely a pawn in a larger scheme? The meeting dragged on, with villagers airing grievances and theories, each more outlandish than the last. One woman suggested a cursed artifact in Ashfield Manor, while a young man, clearly emboldened by too many pints at the pub, hinted at a secret society. Miss Marple listened patiently, her mind sorting through the noise. She knew that truth often hid in the mundane, in the small details others overlooked. The torn scrap of paper she had found near Tom's grave, "Meet me at midnight," kept nagging at her. It suggested a clandestine meeting, perhaps blackmail, perhaps a trap, and Elsie's death, ruled an accident, felt too convenient, especially given her connection to Langley. As the meeting broke up, Miss Marple slipped out quietly, her knitting tucked into her bag. She walked slowly down the high street, her eyes taking in the familiar sights: the post office, the tea shop, the ancient oak by the church, St. Mary. Mead was her world, and she knew its rhythms, its secrets, its people. She also knew that a murderer was among them, hiding behind a mask of respectability. The question was, who? She stopped by the tea shop, where Mrs. Price was already regaling a small group with her version of events. "I said to Mr. Price this morning, it's that Hawthorne. Mark my words, he's got blood on his hands. Why else would Clara be so jumpy? She told me herself. She heard things in that house, arguments, late at night." Miss Marple joined the group, her expression mild. "Good afternoon, Mrs. Price. what a terrible business this is. Did Clara ever say who was arguing? Mrs. Price puffed up, pleased to be the centre of attention. Well, she didn't name names, but she said it was a man's voice, low and angry. And who else could it be but Hawthorne? He's the only man. Living in that manner, isn't he? Miss Marple nodded thoughtfully. Unless, of course, it was a visitor. Clara did mention an unknown man to me when I visited the manor. Perhaps someone from outside the village. The group fell silent, considering. This, Mrs. Price frowned. Well, I suppose. But who would visit at such an hour? It's not proper, is it? Not proper at all, Miss Marple agreed, her tone gentle but her mind sharp. She excused herself and continued her walk, her thoughts turning to the handkerchief found in the church crypt, monogrammed with E.L. It pointed to Edward. Langley, but she couldn't shake the feeling that it was too neat, too obvious. A clever killer might plant such a clue to mislead the police. She recalled a case in St. Mary Mead years ago when a stolen necklace had been found in a gardener's shed, only to be revealed as a deliberate misdirection by the true thief, a vicar's wife with a penchant for gambling. Was Langley the culprit, or was he being framed? Back at her cottage, Miss Marple settled into her armchair, her knitting resumed as a way to steady her thoughts. The village's suspicion of Hawthorne was a red herring, she was certain. His outsider status made him an easy target, but the real killer was someone who knew St. Mary Mead intimately, someone who could manipulate its gossip and prejudices. Langley's debts gave him a motive, but his nervous demeanour suggested fear more than cunning. And then there was Mary Bradley, Tom's widow, who had been so quiet at the inquest, her hands twisting that handkerchief. Miss Marple had seen grief before, and Mary's behaviour felt off. Not quite grief, but something closer to guilt. Or perhaps fear of discovery. She set her knitting aside and reached for her notebook, a small, leather-bound volume where she jotted down her observations. She wrote, Hawthorne too obvious, village prejudice. Langley debts, arsenic, weak alibi, but perhaps a pawn. Murray nervous motive, money, unaccounted for during Clara's death. Elsie knew something, silenced. She tapped her pencil. Against the page, her mind circling back to the missing money. Tom's hidden savings, a substantial sum, had vanished after his death. Clara's expensive brooch suggested she might have been paid off, or perhaps she had stumbled onto the money and tried to blackmail the killer. Elsie, too, might have seen or heard something at Ashfield Manor, making her a liability. Miss Marple rose and walked to her window, gazing out at the quiet village. The sun was setting, casting a warm glow over the thatched roofs and blooming gardens. It was a peaceful scene, but she knew that beneath it lay a web of secrets. She needed more information, and she knew just where to get it. Tomorrow she would visit Mary Bradley again, under the guise of offering condolences. A cup of tea, a sympathetic ear, and the right questions could uncover more than any police interrogation. The next morning, Miss Marple set out for Tom's farm, a basket of homemade scones in hand. The farm was a modest affair, with a stone cottage and a sprawling barn where Tom had been found. Mary answered the door, her face drawn and her eyes red-rimmed, though Miss Marple noted they were dry. "Oh, Miss Marple," Mary said, her voice tremulous. "How kind of you to come." "Not at all, my dear," Miss Marple said warmly, stepping inside. The cottage was tidy but sparse, with none of the warmth it had held when Tom was alive. They sat in the small parlour, and Miss Marple poured tea from the pot Mary had prepared. "I've been thinking of you, Mary. This must be so difficult, especially with all the talk in the village. Mary nodded, her fingers tightening around her cup. It's awful, people saying such things about Mr. Hawthorne, and now poor Elsie. I don't know what to think. Miss Marple sipped her tea, her eyes soft but watchful. It's strange, isn't it, how quickly people jump to conclusions. I remember a case years ago when everyone thought a young man had stolen from the vicarage, but it turned out to be someone quite unexpected. Gossip can be so misleading. Mary's lips twitched, and she looked away. Yes, well, people will talk. Indeed, Miss Marple said. But I can't help wondering about Tom's money. I heard he had a fair bit saved up, hidden somewhere. It's odd that it's gone missing, don't you think? Mary's cup clattered against its saucer. I don't know anything about that. Tom never told me where he kept it. Miss Marple tilted her head, her expression one of gentle concern. Of course, my dear. But it's curious, isn't it? Someone must have known. Perhaps Clara, working at the manor, overheard something. Or Elsie, poor girl. She was at Ashfield Manor often, wasn't she? Mary's face paled further, and she stood abruptly. I'm not feeling well, Miss Marple. Perhaps you should go. Miss Marple rose, her demeanour unruffled. I'm so sorry to upset you, Mary. I'll leave the scones. Do take care. As she walked back to the village, she felt a thrill of certainty. Mary's reaction had been telling too quick, too defensive. She was hiding something, and Miss Marple was determined to find out what. That afternoon, she met with Inspector Craddock at the police station, a small building tucked behind the post office. Craddock looked tired, his desk cluttered with reports. Miss Marple, he said, managing a smile. I suppose you've got another theory. Not a theory, Inspector, just an observation, she said, settling into a chair. I think we need to look closer at Mary Bradley. She was nervous when I mentioned Tom's money, and she was unaccounted for during Clara's death. And Elsie did, you know, she was close to Edward Langley. Craddock raised an eyebrow. Langley were already looking at him. That handkerchief in the crypt and his debts. But Mary, she's the grieving widow. Miss Marple's eyes twinkled. Grief can be a marvellous disguise, Inspector. I once knew a woman in St. Mary Mead who wept beautifully at her husband's funeral, only to be found selling his stolen goods the next week. I think Mary and Langley may be connected. Perhaps you could check their movements more closely. Craddock sighed but nodded. I'll look into it. But we need more than suspicions, Miss Marple, evidence. Of course, she said, and I have a feeling we'll find it soon. As she left the station, Miss Marple's mind was already working on the next step. The villagers' focus on Hawthorne was a distraction, a red herring carefully placed by someone who knew how to manipulate St. Mary Mead's suspicions. She suspected Mary and Langley were working together, driven by greed for Tom's money. But she needed proof, and she needed it before another life was lost. She thought of a plan to plant a false rumor about the money's location, a trap. That had worked in the church crypt. Perhaps it was time to set another, one that would force the killer's hand. That evening, she visited Joyce West, her nephew's wife, who was staying at the vicarage. Over tea, Miss Marple confided her idea. Joyce, dear, I need your help. You're so good at chatting with the villagers. Could you let slip that Tom's money was found in Ashfield Manor's library? Just a whisper, mind you, but enough to reach certain ears. Joyce's eyes sparkled with excitement. A trap, Aunt Jane. Oh, I'm in. But who are we trapping? Miss Marple smiled. Let's just say I have a hunch. And in St. Mary Mead, Hunches have a way of leading to the truth. As Joyce set off to spread the rumor, Miss Marple returned to her cottage, her knitting needles clicking once more. The village was a puzzle, and she was close to solving it. Mary, Langley, the money, the death-saw were pieces, and she was determined to fit them together. The red herring of Hawthorne's guilt was unravelling, and soon. She hoped the real culprit would be caught in her carefully woven net. Chapter 11. Unravelling the alibis. The police station in St. Mary Mead was a modest affair. A squat brick building tucked behind the village green, its windows fogged with the damp of early spring. Inside, the air smelled of old paper and stale tea, and the hum of activity was subdued, as if the very walls knew the village preferred its secrets whispered rather than shouted. Inspector Craddock sat at a desk cluttered with reports, his brow furrowed as he pored over witness statements from Elsie's death. The young maid's body, found in the pond near Ashfield Manor, had thrown the investigation into a new spiral of complexity. The note in her pocket, scrawled in a shaky hand, suggested suicide, but Craddock's instincts, sharpened by Miss Marple's persistent nudging, told him otherwise. He glanced at the clock, 10:30 in the morning, and sighed, knowing the old lady would soon arrive with her inevitable observations. Miss Marple, meanwhile, sat in her cottage, her knitting needles clicking softly as she worked on a pale blue shawl. The morning light streamed through her laced curtains, casting delicate patterns on the polished oak table. Her mind, however, was far from the tranquil domesticity of her surroundings. Elsie's death had shifted the puzzle, and the pieces were beginning to align in a way that both intrigued and troubled her. She had spent the previous evening reviewing her notes, a habit she maintained despite Raymond's teasing about her. Detective's diary, the torn scrap of paper from the churchyard, the monogrammed handkerchief, and the whispers about Langley's debts all pointed to a web of deceit. But it was the alibis, or lack thereof, that nagged at her most. She set her knitting aside and rose, smoothing her skirt. Her plan for the day was clear: a visit to the police station to press Craddock on Elsie's death, followed by a chat with Mrs. Price at the tea shop, where gossip flowed as freely as the Darjeeling. Miss Marple slipped on her coat, adjusted her hat, and stepped into the crisp air, her walking stick tapping lightly on the cobblestones as she made her way toward the village centre. The station was busier than usual when she arrived. A young constable, flustered by the sudden influx of paperwork, nearly collided with her as he rushed to file a report. Craddock, spotting her from his desk, stood and offered a weary smile. "Miss Marple," he said, gesturing to a chair, "I was expecting you, though I confess I'm not sure what more you'll find in this mess." "Oh, Inspector," she replied, settling into the chair with a serene smile. "It's often in the mess that one finds the truth. Have you looked into Elsie's movements the night she died?" Craddock rubbed his temples. "We're trying. The note in her pocket suggests she was distraught, perhaps over a lover. The villagers say she was sweet on Edward Langley, though he denies anything serious. His alibi for Tom's death is shaky, and now this Elsie's death makes him look guiltier by the minute." Miss Marple tilted her head, her eyes bright with interest. "And what of Mary Bradley? Tom's widow seems to have been overlooked in all this. Where was she when Clara died, for instance?" Craddock frowned, flipping through his notes. "Mary was at home, or so she claims. Her neighbour, Mrs. Dixon, saw her in the garden that evening, but no one can confirm her exact whereabouts after 9 o'clock. Why do you ask?" Miss Marple's fingers tapped lightly on her handbag. "Merely a thought, Inspector. In my experience, Those who seem peripheral are often at the heart of things. Mary has lost her husband, and now her maid is dead. It's curious, don't you think, that tragedy follows her so closely? Craddock leaned back, his skepticism warring with a grudging respect for her insight. You think Mary's involved? She's been nothing but cooperative, if a bit emotional. What's your angle? No angle, dear boy, Miss Marple said, her tone gentle but firm. Just a pattern. I once knew a woman in St. Mary Mead, Mrs. Trent. Her name was who seemed the picture of grief after her husband's death. Yet it turned out she had orchestrated his demise to inherit his savings. Grief can be a marvelous mask. Sighed, jotting a note. I'll have the constable check Mary's alibi again, but Langley's still our man. That handkerchief in the crypt, his debts, and now Elsie's connection to him, it's piling up. Miss Marple nodded, though her mind was already racing ahead. Langley's involvement was undeniable, but she suspected he was not the mastermind. His nervous demeanor, his gambling debts, and his shaky alibis suggested a man caught in a trap, not one setting it. Mary, on the other hand, had a quiet strength that Miss Marple recognized from years of observing village intrigues. She recalled a conversation with Mrs. Price, who had mentioned Mary's frequent visits to Langley's office before Tom's death. Could it be, Miss Marple wondered, that Mary and Langley were more than acquaintances? She rose, thanking Craddock for his time, and made her way to the tea shop. The bell above the door jingled as she entered, and Mrs. Price, wiping her hands on her apron, greeted her with a warm smile. Miss Marple, just in time for a fresh pot. The village is buzzing about poor Elsie. Such a tragedy, indeed, Miss Marple said, settling at a corner table. I wonder, Mrs. Price, have you heard anything about Elsie's last days? She was such a quiet girl, but I understand she was close to Mr. Langley. Mrs. Price leaned in, her voice dropping too, a conspiratorial whisper. Oh yes, Elsie was smitten, poor thing. I saw her leaving Langley's office more than once, looking all flushed and secretive. And then there's Mary Bradley, she was in there too, you know, before Tom died. Always thought it odd, her visiting a solicitor so often. Miss Marple sipped her tea, her mind cataloguing the information. And did Elsie ever mention anything unusual? Perhaps about Clara Phelps or Mr. Hawthorne? Mrs. Price frowned, thinking, now that you mention it, Elsie did say something odd a week ago. She was in here buying scones and mentioned Clara acting jumpy, like she was afraid of someone at the manor. Elsie thought it was Mr. Hawthorne, but she wasn't sure. Poor girl, she didn't deserve to end up in that pond. Miss Marple's eyes narrowed slightly. Clara's fear, Elsie's connection to Langley, and Mary's frequent visits to the solicitor's office were threads in a tapestry she was beginning to weave. She thanked Mrs. Price and left the shop, her steps purposeful as she headed toward the churchyard. The torn scrap of paper she had found there, "Meet me at midnight," had been a clue, but its context remained elusive. She paused by Tom's grave, the fresh earth still settling, and considered the possibility of blackmail. Elsie, as a maid at Ashfield Manor, would have had access to secrets had she stumbled upon something worth killing for. Back at her cottage, Miss Marple sat by the fire, her knitting untouched as she cross-referenced alibis in her mind. Tom's death, Clara's poisoning, and now Elsie's drowning formed a grim sequence, each linked by the shadow of Tom's hidden money. Langley's debts made him a likely suspect, but his nervous demeanor suggested fear rather than cunning. Mary, however, had the composure of someone playing a long game. Miss Marple recalled a St. Mary Mead spinster, Miss Clark, who had manipulated her brother's will by forging letters. The parallel was striking. Mary's grief, like Miss Clark's, felt too polished, too perfect. She decided to test her theory. She penned a note to Craddock, suggesting he dig deeper into Mary's financial dealings with Langley. "It's often the quiet ones," she wrote, "who hide the boldest schemes." She sealed the envelope and handed it to her maid, Dolly, with instructions to deliver it to the station. Then she turned her attention to Elsie's death. The note in the maid's pocket, claiming despair, was too convenient. Miss Marple had seen such notes before, often planted to mislead. She recalled a case in St. Mary Mead where a forged suicide note had nearly fooled the coroner. Elsie's death, she suspected, was no suicide but a silencing. The next morning, Craddock arrived at her cottage, his expression a mix of frustration and curiosity. "Miss Marple," he said, settling into her armchair, "your note about Mary Bradley has me rethinking things. We checked her bank records, and there's something odd. She withdrew a large sum from Tom's account just days before his death, claiming it was for farm repairs. But the repairs never happened." Miss Marple's eyes twinkled. "How interesting. And what of Langley? Did he handle that transaction?" Craddock nodded. "He did, and he's been cagey about it. Says it was routine, but his books show payments to an unknown creditor around the same time. I'm starting to think you're right, there's more to Mary than meets the eye." Miss Marple leaned forward, her voice soft but incisive. "Inspector, have you considered that Elsie might have known about this transaction? As a maid at Ashfield Manor, she could have overheard something perhaps, a conversation between Mary and Langley. If she threatened to talk, it would explain her death." Craddock's jaw tightened. "You think Mary killed Elsie to keep her quiet?" "I think," Miss Marple said, "that we are dealing with someone who values money above all else. Tom's hidden fortune, Clara's suspicious wealth, Elsie's untimely end, these are not random. Someone is tying up loose ends, and I suspect Mary Bradley knows more than she's letting on." Craddock stood, his resolve hardening. "I'll bring Langley in for questioning again. And Mary, if they're working together, we'll crack them." Miss Marple smiled, her needles resuming. "Their rhythm? Be gentle, Inspector. A guilty conscience is like a tangled skein of wool. It unravels with a careful tug, not a yank." As Craddock left, Miss Marple turned her attention to the next step. She needed to confirm Mary's movements on the night of Clara's death. The neighbour, Mrs. Dixon, had seen Mary in the garden, but the timing was vague. Miss Marple decided to pay Mrs. Dixon a visit, under the guise of borrowing a recipe for lemon drizzle cake. The elderly widow lived in a tidy cottage across from the Bradleys' farm, her windows offering a clear view of Mary's garden. Mrs. Dixon welcomed her with a flurry of hospitality, setting out a plate of biscuits and a pot of tea. "Such a dreadful business, Miss Marple," she said, shaking her head. "Poor Mary, losing Tom, and now all this talk about Elsie. I saw Mary in her garden that night, you know, when Clara died. She was pacing, looking ever so worried." Miss Marple sipped her tea, her expression one of polite interest. "Pacing, you say? At what time was this?" "Oh, around 8, I'd say," Mrs. Dixon replied. "I was closing my curtains when I saw her. She was out there for a good while, but I didn't see her after 9. I assumed she went inside." Miss Marple nodded, filing the information away. Clara had been found dead at Ashfield Manor around 10, poisoned with arsenic. The manor was a 20-minute walk from Mary's farm, easily manageable for someone determined. She thanked Mrs. Dixon and returned home, her mind buzzing with possibilities. Mary's alibi was not airtight, and her connection to Langley was growing clearer. That afternoon, Miss Marple received a visit from Joyce, her nephew's wife, who was eager for an update on the case. Over tea, Miss Marple shared her suspicions about Mary and Langley, careful to frame them as mere observations. "It's curious, Joyce," she said, "how money can twist even the kindest hearts. I once knew a girl in St. Mary Medlillion. Her name was who stole from her own sister to pay off a debt. She wept so convincingly that no one suspected her until the truth came out." Joyce's eyes widened. "You think Mary's like Lillian, but she seemed so broken by Tom's death." "Grief can be genuine," Miss Marple said, "and still hide a lie. Mary's tears may be real, but her motives are not. I believe she and Langley were working together, perhaps to secure Tom's money. Elsie's death suggests she knew too much." Joyce leaned forward, her artist's imagination sparked. "So what's your plan? You can't just accuse her without proof." Miss Marple smiled. "Proof, my dear, is like a good recipe. It requires the right ingredients, mixed with care. I have an idea, but it will require a bit of theatre. Will you help me?" Joyce grinned. "You know I love a bit of drama. What do you need?" Miss Marple outlined her plan: a gathering at Ashfield Manor, where she would plant a false clue about Tom's money, designed to provoke a reaction from the guilty party. Joyce's role would be to spread the rumour subtly, ensuring it reached Mary and Langley. The trap, Miss Marple explained, was inspired by a St. Mary Mead case, where a greedy shopkeeper had been caught stealing from the church collection after a similar ruse. As Joyce left to begin her task, Miss Marple settled back, with her knitting, her mind racing through the details. Mary's composure, Langley's debts, Elsie's drowning all pointed to a conspiracy rooted in greed. The handkerchief in the crypt, with its EL initials, had initially implicated Langley, but Miss Marple now suspected it was a plant designed to mislead. Mary, she reasoned, was clever enough to use Langley's weaknesses against him, making him the perfect scapegoat. The next day, Craddock returned with news. "We've got something on Langley," he said, his voice tense. "His creditor. One he's been paying as a known loan shark from London. Langley's in deep, and he admitted to meeting Mary several times to discuss Tom's finances. He swears he didn't kill anyone, but he's hiding something." Miss Marple nodded, her expression calm but her mind alight. "And Mary, have you spoken to her?" "She's sticking to her story," Craddock said. "Claims she was home all night when Clara died, but we're checking her phone records now. If she was communicating with Langley, we'll find it." Miss Marple's eyes twinkled. "Excellent, Inspector. And might I suggest looking into Elsie's belongings? If she was blackmailing someone, there may be evidence, a letter, perhaps, or a note." Craddock raised an eyebrow but nodded. "You've got a knack for this, Miss Marple. I'll have the constable search Elsie's room at the manor." As Craddock left, Miss Marple felt a quiet satisfaction. The net was tightening, but she needed to be certain. She recalled a St. Mary Mead widow, Mrs. Evans, who had manipulated her son's inheritance by forging documents. Mary's calm demeanour, her financial manoeuvres, and her connection to Langley echoed Mrs. Evans's cunning. The key, Miss Marple knew, was to provoke Mary into revealing herself. That evening, she visited the pub, where the landlord, Mr. Higgs, was polishing glasses. Behind the bar, the pub was quiet, with only a few regulars nursing their pints. Miss Marple ordered a small sherry and struck up a conversation. "Mr. Higgs," she said, I heard Elsie was quite talkative in her last days. Did she ever mention anything about Mary Bradley or Mr. Langley? Higgs frowned, wiping his hands on a rag. Elsie, she was in here a few times, chatting with the lads. Said something about Mary being too friendly with Langley, if you know what I mean. Thought it was just gossip, but now, Miss Marple nodded, her suspicions confirmed. Thank you, Mr. Higgs. It's often the smallest remarks that shed the most light. As she walked home, the pieces of the puzzle began to fit together. Mary and Langley, lovers or conspirators, had likely planned to secure Tom's money. Clara, as Hawthorne's housekeeper, had overheard something incriminating, perhaps about the land deal or the money itself. Elsie, in turn, had stumbled upon their secret, perhaps through her work at the manor. Both women had been silenced, their deaths staged as suicides to deflect suspicion. Miss Marple spent the next morning refining her trap. She drafted a fake letter, supposedly from Clara, claiming she had hidden Tom's money in the manor's library. The letter was deliberately vague, designed to spark panic in the guilty party. She enlisted Joyce to plant the rumor, ensuring it spread through the village like wildfire. By lunchtime, whispers of the hidden fortune had reached the tea shop, the post office, and even the church. That afternoon, Craddock called with an update. We found something in Elsie's room, he said. A note tucked in her Bible. It's addressed to Langley, demanding money to keep quiet about what she saw. Looks like blackmail. Miss Marple's heart quickened, and the handwriting. Does it match the note from the pond? Craddock hesitated. We're having it analysed, but it's similar. If Elsie was blackmailing Langley, it gives him a motive to kill her. But I still don't see how Mary fits in. Patience, Inspector, Miss Marple said. The truth is like a good stew, it needs time to simmer. Have you arranged for the gathering at Ashfield Manor? Craddock nodded. Tomorrow night, Hawthorne's agreed to host, though he's not thrilled. I'll be there, and Sir Henry's coming too. You're sure about this trap? Miss Marple smiled. Quite sure. In St. Mary Mead, I once caught a thief by leaving a purse in plain sight. The guilty always reach for what they think they can take. As Craddock hung up, Miss Marple felt a surge of anticipation. The gathering at Ashfield Manor would be the final act, the moment when Mary's carefully constructed facade would crumble. She spent the evening reviewing her notes, her mind sharp and focused. The alibis were unravelling, the clues aligning, and the truth was within reach. The next morning, she walked to the churchyard, her steps slow but deliberate. The air was cool, the scent of blooming lilacs heavy in the breeze. She paused by Elsie's fresh grave, her thoughts sombre. The girl had been a victim, caught in a web of greed and deceit. Miss Marple whispered a quiet prayer, then turned toward the village, her resolve unshaken. As she passed the tea shop, Mrs. Price waved her in. Miss Marple, have you heard? Everyone's talking about that letter from Clara. They say Tom's money is in the manor's library. Do you think it's true? Miss Marple smiled faintly. Gossip, Mrs. Price, is a curious thing. It can hide the truth or reveal it. We shall see. She returned home, her plan in motion. The gathering at Ashfield Manor would test her theory, and she was confident that Mary, driven by greed, would take the bait. As she sat by her fire that evening, her knitting needles clicking softly, Miss Marple felt a quiet certainty. The murderer had underestimated the power of a village spinster's intuition, and that, she knew, would be their undoing. Chapter 12. The genius tricked. The late afternoon sun cast a warm golden glow over St. Mary Mead. filtering through the lace curtains of Ashfield Manor's grand drawing-room. The air was thick with the scent of polished oak and freshly cut roses, arranged in a crystal vase on the mahogany table at the room's centre. Miss Jane Marple sat quietly in a hubbacked chair, her knitting needles clicking softly, a picture of serene composure. Her sharp eyes, however, darted from face to face, observing the gathered villagers with the precision of a hawk. The room was filled with a curious mix of anticipation and unease, as if the very walls sensed the weight of what was to come. She had orchestrated this gathering with meticulous care, under the guise of discussing a charity event for the village church. The invitation had been extended to key figures in the recent tragedies: Edward Langley, the nervous solicitor with his neatly pressed suit and twitching hands; Mary Bradley, Tom's widow, her face pale but composed, her mourning black dress stark against her fair skin; and Mr. Reginald Hawthorne, the enigmatic businessman who lounged with an air of detached amusement, his polished shoes gleaming under the chandelier's light. Alongside them were villagers like Mrs. Price, the talkative shopkeeper, and the pub landlord, Mr. Gibbs, whose booming voice filled the room with anecdotes about past church fundraisers. Inspector Craddock stood near the door, his arms crossed, his expression one of reluctant cooperation. Sir Henry Clithering, seated beside Miss Marple, watched the proceedings with a faint smile, as if he alone knew the true purpose of this assembly. Miss Marple's plan was a delicate one, a trap woven from the threads of village gossip and human greed. She had spent days piecing together the clues: Tom Bradley's hidden money, Clara Phelps's expensive brooch, Elsie's tragic drowning, and the monogrammed handkerchief with the initials E.L. found in the church crypt. Each fragment pointed to a cunning mind orchestrating the debts, someone who used the village's trust and prejudice to obscure their crimes. She suspected Mary Bradley, whose quiet demeanour hid a calculating nature, but suspicion alone was not enough. She needed proof, and she needed the murderer to reveal themselves. Thus, the idea of the fake letter was born, a letter supposedly written by Clara Phelps, hinting that Tom's missing money was hidden in Ashfield Manor's library. As the gathering began, Miss Marple rose, her small figure commanding attention despite her unassuming presence. "Thank you all for coming," she said, her voice gentle but clear. "The church roof is in dire need of repair, and I thought it fitting to gather our community's most generous souls to discuss how we might contribute." Her eyes twinkled as she glanced at Mary, who nodded politely, her hands folded tightly in her lap. The conversation flowed easily at first. Mrs. Price launched into a detailed account of the last church fundraiser, her voice rising with enthusiasm. As she described the success of the cake stall, Mr. Gibbs chimed in, suggesting a darts tournament at the pub to raise funds, his laughter echoing off the high ceilings. Hawthorne, ever the outsider, offered a sizable donation, his tone smooth and confident, though Miss Marple noted the way his eyes lingered on Mary, as if gauging her reaction. Langley, meanwhile, seemed distracted, his fingers tapping nervously on the arm of his chair. Miss Marple waited patiently, her knitting needles never pausing. She had planted the seed earlier that day through a carefully orchestrated conversation with Joyce, her nephew's wife. Joyce, with her flair for drama, had spread the rumour at the village shop that a letter from Clara Phelps had been found, hinting at the location of Tom's hidden money. The letter, of course, was a fabrication, written in Miss Marple's own hand and discreetly placed in the Manor's library that morning. It read, "The money is safe, hidden where no one would think to look in the library, behind the books on the third shelf." The letter was vague enough to seem plausible, but specific enough to lure the guilty party into action. As the discussion turned to the logistics of the charity event, Miss Marple excused herself, claiming a need to fetch her shawl from the library. She moved slowly, her steps deliberate, giving the impression of frailty. In truth, she was alert, her senses attuned to every sound and movement. She entered the library, a grand room lined with towering bookshelves, their leather-bound volumes gleaming in the dim light. She placed the letter on a small table near the third shelf, ensuring it was visible but not conspicuous, then returned to the drawing room. The conversation continued, but Miss Marple sensed a shift in the room's atmosphere. Mary's hands, once folded neatly, now fidgeted with the hem of her dress. Langley's tapping grew more pronounced, his eyes darting toward the door. Hawthorne, however, remained calm, his smile almost mocking, as if he sensed a game was afoot, but had no intention of playing. "Before we conclude," Miss Marple said, her voice cutting through the chatter, "I must mention something curious. I found today a letter written by poor Clara Phelps was discovered in the manor. It seemed she knew something about Tom Bradley's money, something she didn't live to share." The room fell silent. Mrs. Price's eyes widened, her teacup frozen halfway to her lips. Mr. Gibbs leaned forward, his brow furrowed. Mary's face paled further, her lips parting slightly, while Langley's hand froze mid-tap. Hawthorne raised an eyebrow, his expression unreadable. "A letter," Mrs. Price gasped. "What did it say, Miss Marple?" "Oh, nothing too specific," Miss Marple replied, her tone light. "Just a hint that the money might be hidden somewhere in this very house. I left it in the library in case anyone wishes to examine it. It's on the table by the third shelf." She watched their reactions closely. Mary's eyes flicked toward the library door, a fleeting movement that might have gone unnoticed by anyone less observant. Langley swallowed hard, his Adam's apple. Bobbing, Hawthorne merely chuckled, leaning back in his chair. "A treasure hunt, Miss Marple. How delightful." Inspector Craddock, standing by the door, gave Miss Marple a subtle nod. He had agreed, albeit reluctantly, to her plan to hide in the library and watch for anyone attempting to retrieve the letter or search the shelves. Sir Henry, too, was in on the scheme, his presence lending an air of authority to the proceedings. The gathering continued for another half-hour, with talk of raffle prizes and donation pledges. Miss Marple kept her eyes on Mary, noting the way she glanced repeatedly at the clock, her fingers twisting the fabric of her dress. Langley, too, seemed restless, his earlier nervousness giving way to a quiet intensity. Hawthorne, by contrast, remained aloof, his contributions to the conversation minimal but polite. As the meeting drew to a close, the villagers began to disperse. Mrs. Price bustled off to the shop, promising to organize a baking committee. Mr. Gibbs headed to the pub, muttering about ordering extra barrels for the darts tournament. Hawthorne excused himself to make a telephone call, his departure unhurried. Mary lingered, offering to help clear the tea things, her movements slow and deliberate. Langley, too, stayed behind, claiming he needed to discuss a legal matter with Miss Marple. Miss Marple smiled graciously. "Of course, Mr. Langley. Perhaps we could step into the library. I believe I left my notebook there." Langley hesitated, then nodded, his jaw tight. Mary followed, her expression unreadable, though Miss Marple caught the faintest tremor in her hands. The three of them entered the library, where the air was cool and heavy with the scent of old books. Inspector Craddock, hidden behind a tall bookshelf, watched silently, his notepad ready to record any suspicious behavior. Miss Marple moved to the table, picking up her notebook with a theatrical flourish. "Oh, here it is," she said, then paused, as if noticing the letter for the first time. "And here's that curious letter from Clara. Would you like to see it, Mary?" Mary's eyes locked onto the letter, her breath catching. I suppose so," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. She reached for it, her fingers trembling, but Miss Marple deftly picked it up first, holding it just out of reach. "It's quite intriguing," Miss Marple said, her tone conversational. "Clara seemed to think the money was hidden behind the books on the third shelf. I wonder if she was right." Mary's gaze darted to the bookshelf, her composure slipping. Langley, standing nearby, shifted his weight, his eyes fixed on the same spot. Miss Marple stepped back, allowing them both unobstructed access to the shelf. "Perhaps you'd like to take a look," she suggested. Mary hesitated, then moved toward the shelf, her movements jerky. Langley followed, his hands clenched at his sides. Miss Marple watched them closely, her knitting needles tucked into her bag, her full attention on their actions. Mary reached up, her fingers brushing the spines of the books, her breath coming in short gasps. Langley stood close behind her, his expression a mix of fear and anticipation. Suddenly, Mary pulled a book from the shelf, revealing a small, hollow space behind it. She gasped, her hand reaching inside, but before she could retrieve anything, Inspector Craddock stepped out from his hiding place, his voice sharp. "Mrs. Bradley, step away from the shelf." Mary froze, her hand still outstretched, her face a mask of shock. Langley took a step back, his eyes wide with panic. The room seemed to hold its breath, the silence broken only by the faint creak of the floorboards under Craddock's boots. "What's the meaning of this?" Mary demanded, her voice rising. "I was only looking for what, Mrs. Bradley?" Miss Marple interrupted, her tone gentle but firm. "The money that never existed. The letter was a fabrication, my dear. There is no hidden treasure in this library, but your reaction tells me everything I needed to know." Mary's face crumpled, her hands falling to her sides. Langley, meanwhile, looked as though he might bolt, but Craddock's presence at the door stopped him. Sir Henry emerged from the corner, his expression one of quiet satisfaction. "Well done, Jane," he murmured, just loud enough for her to hear. Miss Marple turned to Mary, her eyes kind but unyielding. "You killed Tom, didn't you? For the money you believed he had hidden, you poisoned him with arsenic, staging it as a suicide. Then you used Clara Phelps to spy on Mr. Hawthorne, hoping to pin the blame on him. When Clara became a liability, you killed her too. And poor Elsie, she knew too much about your affair with Mr. Langley, didn't she? So you drowned her, making it look like another suicide." Mary's lips trembled, her eyes filling with tears. "You can't prove any of this," she whispered, but her voice lacked conviction. "Oh, but I can," Miss Marple said softly. "You see, I've been watching you. The way you fidgeted when I mentioned the letter. The way you rushed to the shelf just now, believing the money was there. And then there's the matter of your alibi or lack thereof for the night Clara died. You were seen near Ashfield Manor, weren't you, by young Jimmy, who was too frightened to come forward until I spoke to him." Mary's shoulders slumped, her defiance crumbling. Langley, meanwhile, looked as though he might faint, his face ashen. "I didn't know," he stammered. "I swear I didn't know she'd go that far. She told me the money was rightfully hers, that Tom was hiding it from her. I only helped because I needed to clear my debts." Miss Marple nodded, her expression one of quiet pity. "You were her pawn, Mr. Langley. She used your desperation to her advantage, just as she used Clara's greed and Elsie's trust. But greed, my dear, is a dangerous thing. It blinds people, makes them careless, and you, Mary, were not quite careful enough." Craddock stepped forward, his handcuffs glinting in the lamplight. "Mary Bradley, you're under arrest for the murders of Tom Bradley, Clara Phelps, and Elsie Turner. Edward Langley, you're under arrest as an accessory to murder." Mary's tears spilled over, her voice breaking as she spoke. "I didn't mean for it to go this far," she sobbed. "Tom was stubborn, refusing to sell the land. I thought if I could get the money, I could start over, away from this wretched village. Clara was nosy, always poking around, and Elsie, she saw me with Edward. I had no choice." Miss Marple listened, her heart heavy. She had seen this pattern before, in the quiet corners of St. Mary Mead, where greed and desperation turned neighbours into strangers, and friends into foes. She thought of a woman from her youth, a kind-faced gossip who had betrayed her own sister for a handful of coins. Mary's story was different, yet so very much the same. As Craddock led Mary and Langley away, the library fell silent. Sir Henry placed a hand on Miss Marple's shoulder, his voice warm with admiration. "You've done it again, Jane. That trick with the letter pure genius." Miss Marple smiled faintly, her knitting needles resuming their steady rhythm. "It's not so much genius, Henry," she said. "People are predictable, you see. Show them what they want most, and they'll reveal who they truly are." The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the library outside. The village of St. Mary Mead settled into its usual rhythm, unaware of the drama that had unfolded within the manor's walls. Miss Marple gathered her things, her mind already turning to the next puzzle, the next thread of human nature waiting to be unravelled. Chapter 13. The confession. The library at Ashfield Manor was bathed in the soft glow of lamplight, casting long shadows across the towering bookshelves and the polished oak table at its centre. The air was thick with the scent of old leather bindings and wax polish, a fitting stage for the drama about to unfold. Miss Jane Marple sat primly in a high-backed chair, her knitting needles clicking softly, a serene contrast to the tension that hung over the room. Inspector Craddock stood near the fireplace, his broad shoulders squared, his eyes sharp and watchful. The suspects Mary Bradley, Edward Langley, Reginald Hawthorne, and a handful of villagers invited under the guise of a charity meeting sat in a semicircle, their faces a mixture of curiosity, unease, and thinly veiled suspicion. Miss Marple had orchestrated this gathering with the precision of a chess master, each move calculated to expose the truth. The fake letter, supposedly written by the late Clara Phelps, lay on the table, its edges slightly crumpled to suggest age and secrecy. The letter claimed Clara had hidden Tom Bradley's missing money in a secret compartment in the library's bookcase, a tantalizing bait designed to draw out the guilty. Miss Marple's eyes, bright and bird-like, darted from face to face, noting every twitch, every glance, every subtle shift in posture. Mary Bradley sat closest to the table, her hands folded tightly in her lap, her knuckles white. Her mourning black dress, still worn for her late husband, Tom, seemed to weigh her down, though her eyes betrayed a restless energy. Edward Langley, the solicitor, lounged in his chair with an air of forced nonchalance, his fingers drumming lightly on the armrest. His tailored suit was impeccable, but a faint sheen of sweat glistened on his forehead. Reginald Hawthorne, the enigmatic newcomer, sat apart, his expression unreadable, though his dark eyes followed Miss Marple's every move. The villagers, Mrs. Price from the tea shop, the vicar, and young Jimmy, who had seen the shadowy figure near Tom's barn, filled out the group, their presence adding a layer of authenticity to the supposed charity discussion. Miss Marple cleared her throat, her voice gentle but carrying the weight of authority. "Thank you all for coming on such short notice," she began, her knitting needles pausing briefly. "I thought it only right to discuss the future of St. Mary Mead's charitable efforts, especially in light of recent events. But before we begin, there's a small matter I'd like to address." She reached for the letter, holding it up delicately between her fingers. "This was found among Clara Phelps's belongings, and it may shed light on poor Tom Bradley's death." A murmur rippled through the room. Mary's eyes widened, her lips parting slightly before she pressed them shut. Langley's drumming fingers stilled, and Hawthorne leaned forward, his brow furrowing. Miss Marple continued, her tone conversational, as if discussing the weather. "It seems Clara knew something about Tom's missing money. She claims in this letter that she hid it here, in this very library, to keep it safe. A secret compartment, she says, behind the third shelf." The room fell silent, the weight of her words settling like dust. Craddock, stationed near the fireplace, shifted his weight, his hand resting casually near his pocket, where Miss Marple knew he kept a notebook and pencil. She had briefed him earlier, explaining her plan to use the letter as a trap. The library's secret compartment was a fiction, but the murderer wouldn't know that. Greed, Miss Marple had learned from years of observing human nature, was a powerful motivator, and the guilty party would be unable to resist checking the hiding place. Mrs. Price, ever the gossip, leaned forward, her eyes gleaming. "Money hidden here in Ashfield Manor. Why, that's extraordinary. Do you think it's still there, Miss Marple?" "I shouldn't like to speculate," Miss Marple replied, her smile benign. "But it does seem worth investigating, don't you think? Perhaps one of us might have an idea where to look." Mary Bradley shifted in her seat, her hands twisting the fabric of her dress. "It's all nonsense," she said sharply, her voice cutting through the murmur. "Clara was a silly woman, always making up stories. There's no money here." Langley glanced at her, his expression unreadable, but Miss Marple noted the quick flicker of his eyes toward the bookcase. "Perhaps," he said smoothly, "but it wouldn't hurt to check. For poor Tom's sake, if nothing else," Hawthorne said. Nothing, his gaze fixed on the letter in Miss Marple's hand. The villagers began to chatter, their voices overlapping in speculation. But Miss Marple's attention remained on the three suspects. She had planted the seed. Now she needed only to wait for it to sprout. Craddock stepped forward, his tone brisk. "Well then, let's have a look. No harm in checking, as Mr. Langley says. Miss Marple, would you point us to the shelf mentioned in the letter?" Miss Marple rose, her movements slow and deliberate, as if her age weighed heavily on her. She crossed to the bookcase, her fingers brushing lightly against the spines of the books. "The third shelf, it says," she murmured, as if to herself, "behind a copy of Bleak House, if I recall correctly." The room watched as she reached for the book, pulling it gently from the shelf. A small wooden panel, cleverly disguised as part of the bookcase, clicked open, revealing a shallow recess. It was empty, of course. Miss Marple had ensured that, but the gasps from the villagers were genuine. Mary Bradley's face paled, her hands clenching into fists. Langley's jaw tightened, and Hawthorne's eyes narrowed, though he remained silent. "Well now," Miss Marple said, turning to face the room, "it seems the money isn't here after all. But I wonder, perhaps someone already knew that." The tension in the room was palpable, a taut string ready to snap. Miss Marple returned to her chair, her knitting resumed, the needles clicking rhythmically. "Inspector Craddock," she said, her voice soft but clear, "perhaps you'd like to share what you found in the library earlier this evening." Craddock nodded, stepping forward with a grave expression. "As a matter of fact, Miss Marple, I did find something interesting." He reached into his pocket and produced a small, folded clother monogrammed handkerchief, its edges embroidered with the initials E.L. The room erupted in whispers, and Langley's face drained of colour. "That's mine," Langley said quickly, his voice steady but his eyes betraying panic. "I must have dropped it somewhere. It proves nothing." "Perhaps," Craddock said, his tone neutral. "But it was found in the church crypt, near the spot where Miss Marple's trap was set, and we have reason to believe it was dropped by someone looking for Tom's money." Mary Bradley's eyes darted to Langley, her lips trembling. "Edward, you didn't," she began, then stopped herself, her hand flying to her mouth. Miss Marple's needles paused, her gaze fixed on Mary. "Mrs. Bradley," she said gently, "you seem distressed. Is there something you'd like to tell us?" The room fell silent again, all eyes on Mary. Her composure, so carefully maintained, began to crack. Her shoulders slumped, and her hands trembled as she pressed them to her face. "I didn't mean for it to go this far," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "I only wanted what was mine." Craddock stepped closer, his voice firm but not unkind. "Mrs. Bradley, if you have something to confess, now is the time. It'll go easier for you." Mary's eyes filled with tears, and she shook her head, as if trying to deny the truth even to herself. But the weight of Miss Marple's steady gaze, combined with the presence of Craddock and the villagers, seemed to break her resolve. She took a shuddering breath and began to speak, her words tumbling out in a rush. "It was Tom's money," she said, her voice raw. "He was always so secretive about it, hiding it in that barn like it was some great treasure. I was his wife, I deserved it, but he wouldn't listen. He was going to sell the land to that developer, and I'd get nothing." "Nothing," her voice rose, tinged with bitterness. "So I took matters into my own hands." Miss Marple nodded, her expression unchanged, though her mind was racing. She had suspected Mary from the moment she noticed her nervous behaviour at the inquest, but the full scope of her cunning was only now becoming clear. "And the arsenic, Mrs. Bradley?" she prompted gently. Mary's eyes widened, as if she hadn't expected Miss Marple to know. I got it from the farm supplies. It was easy enough to slip it into his tea. He trusted me. He never suspected." Her voice broke, and she buried her face in her hands. "I didn't want to kill him, not at first. I just wanted him to be sick, to scare him into selling the land to me instead. But he drank too much, and then he was gone." The room was silent, the villagers staring in shock. Mrs. Price's hand flew to her mouth, and the vicar bowed, his head murmuring a prayer. Langley sat frozen, his face a mask of horror, as if realizing the depth of his entanglement. And Clara Phelps Craddock asked, his voice steady, "What was her role in this?" Mary's hands dropped, her eyes darting to the floor. Clara was useful. She was greedy, always complaining about her wages. I told her about Tom's money, said she could have a share if she helped me. She spied on Hawthorne, made him look suspicious, stirred up trouble in the village, but then she got too curious, started asking questions. She wanted more money, threatened to tell the police. Mary's voice hardened. I couldn't let her ruin everything. So you poisoned her too, Miss Marple said. Her tone matter-of-fact, as if discussing a recipe gone wrong. And Elsie, the maid. Mary's shoulders shook, and she nodded, tears streaming down her face. Elsie overheard me talking to Clara one night. She didn't know everything, but she knew enough. I lured her to the pond, made it look like she drowned herself. I had to protect myself. Langley finally spoke, his voice hoarse. Mary, you told me you only wanted to scare Tom. You said the money was for us, for a new start. I didn't know about Clara or Elsie, I swear it. Miss Marple's eyes softened, but only slightly. Mr. Langley, you knew enough, she said quietly. You knew about Tom's money, and you helped Mary by covering her tracks, didn't you? Your gambling debts made you desperate, and you saw a way out. Langley's head bowed, his hands clenching. I didn't kill anyone, he muttered. I looked the other way. I thought I could trust her. Craddock stepped forward, his notebook now in hand, recording every word. Mrs. Bradley, you're under arrest for the murders of Tom Bradley, Clara Phelps, and Elsie. Mr. Langley, you'll be coming with us as an accessory to murder. We'll sort out the details at the station. Mary's sobs filled the room as Craddock signalled to two constables waiting outside the library door. They entered, their footsteps heavy on the polished floor, and gently but firmly took Mary by the arms. She didn't resist, her fight drained, her carefully constructed facade shattered. Langley rose, his movements mechanical, and followed the constables without a word. As the suspects were led away, the villagers erupted into hushed conversation, their voices a mix of shock and fascination. Hawthorne remained seated, his expression unreadable, though he nodded slightly to Miss Marple, as if acknowledging her victory. Mrs. Price, unable to contain herself, bustled over to Miss Marple's side. "Oh, Miss Marple, how did you know?" she exclaimed. "To think it was Mary all along. And that letter, what a clever trick." Miss Marple smiled faintly, her needles resuming their rhythm. "It wasn't so much the letter, Mrs. Price, as the people. You see, people are much the same, whether in St. Mary Mead or anywhere else. Mary reminded me of a woman I knew years ago, a kind soul on the surface, but with a heart full of greed. It's always the little things, the way someone looks away, or grips their hands too tightly, that tell the story." Sir Henry Clithering, who had been watching from the corner, approached with a warm smile. "Jane, you've done it again," he said, his voice tinged with admiration. "That trap of yours was positively diabolical. Scotland Yard could learn a thing or two from you." Miss Marple chuckled softly, her eyes twinkling. "Oh, Sir Henry, it's only a matter of paying attention. People will always betray themselves if you watch closely enough." The room began to empty, the villagers drifting out into the night, their minds buzzing with the evening's revelations. Hawthorne lingered, his gaze lingering on Miss Marple. "You're a remarkable woman, Miss Marple," he said quietly. "I confess, I thought I was the one under suspicion." Miss Marple tilted her head, studying him. "You were a convenient distraction, Mr. Hawthorne. Your secretive nature made it easy for Mary to cast suspicion on you. But I've learned that the most obvious suspect is rarely the guilty one." Hawthorne nodded, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "I'll remember that. Good night, Miss Marple. As he left, Craddock approached, his expression a mix of gratitude and exasperation. "I don't know how you do it, Miss Marple," he said, shaking his head. "I was ready to pin this on Hawthorne, or even Langley, but you saw right through. To Mary, that letter was a stroke of genius. It was simply a matter of giving her the opportunity to reveal herself." Miss Marple replied, folding her knitting and placing it in her basket. "Greed is a powerful force, Inspector. It makes people careless." Craddock chuckled, tucking his notebook away. "Well, I'll be sure to consult you next time I'm stumped. You've earned a rest, I'd say." Miss Marple smiled but said nothing, her mind already turning to the quiet of her cottage and the comfort of her routine. As she left the library, the cool night air greeted her, carrying the scent of spring blossoms. The village of St. Mary Mead lay peaceful under the stars, its secrets laid bare, at least for now. But Miss Marple knew that human nature was never truly at rest, and she would be ready, with her knitting and her sharp eyes, for whatever mystery came next. The library, now empty, stood silent, its books bearing witness to the unravelling of a cunning murderer's scheme. Mary Bradley's confession had closed the case, but it was Miss Marple's genius, trick her quiet, unassuming trap that had brought the truth to light. And in the heart of St. Mary Mead, life would go on, with its gossip, its tea-shops, and its secrets, all under the watchful eye of a remarkable old lady. Chapter 14. A satisfying resolution. The soft clink of knitting needles filled the quiet air of Miss Jane Marple's cottage, a gentle rhythm that seemed to keep time with the ticking of the old grandfather clock in the corner. It was a week since. The dramatic events at Ashfield Manor and St. Mary Mead had settled back into its familiar, sleepy routine. The spring sun filtered through the lace curtains, casting delicate patterns on the polished oak floor, and a faint breeze carried the scent of blooming lilacs from the garden. Miss Marple sat in her favourite armchair by the window, her fingers deftly working a ball of soft grey wool into what would eventually become a shawl for a distant cousin's new baby. Her eyes, sharp and bright despite her years, occasionally flicked toward the village green, where life unfolded with its usual predictability, children chasing each other near the duck pond, Mrs. Price sweeping the steps of her shop, and the postman making his rounds with a cheerful whistle. The village had been abuzz after Mary Bradley's arrest, the scandal rippling through tea rooms and pub conversations like a pebble dropped in still water. Mary, the seemingly grieving widow, had been unmasked as the cunning orchestrator of a deadly scheme, poisoning her husband Tom, the housekeeper Clara Phelps, and the young maid Elsie to secure a hidden fortune. Edward Langley, the village solicitor, had been her reluctant accomplice, drawn in by promises of money to clear his gambling debts. The revelation had shocked St. Mary Mead, but Miss Marple, with her keen understanding of human nature, had not been entirely surprised. As she often remarked, there was little in the world that could not be explained by observing the patterns of village life. People are much the same everywhere, she would say, whether in St. Mary Mead or London, or the farthest reaches of the globe. Now, as she knitted, Miss Marple's thoughts wandered back to the case, not with the urgency of investigation, but with the quiet satisfaction of a puzzle solved. The village had returned to its peaceful rhythm, but the echoes of the mystery lingered, like the faint scent of rain after a storm. She glanced at the small table beside her, where a fresh pot of tea steamed gently, its fragrance mingling with the sweetness of the scones she had baked that morning. The tray was set for two, as she was expecting a visitor, Sir Henry Clethering. the retired Scotland Yard commissioner who had promised to stop by on his way back to London. The case had been a triumph, though Miss Marple would never admit to such a self-congratulatory thought. Her genius trick, as Sir Henry had called it, had been simple in its elegance. A fake letter, planted to suggest Tom's hidden money was in the Manor's library, had lured Mary into revealing herself. Inspector Craddock, initially sceptical of Miss Marple's methods, had hidden in the library with his men, catching Mary in the act of searching for the non-existent fortune. The confession that followed had been a cascade of Truthmari's greed. Her manipulation of Clara, her ruthless elimination of anyone who threatened her plan. Langley, though guilty of complicity, had been more fool than villain, swayed by Mary's promises and his own desperation. The village had been stunned, but Miss Marple, who had seen such patterns before, had merely nodded and returned to her knitting. A knock at the door interrupted her thoughts, and she set her needles aside, smoothing her skirt as she rose. Come in, she called, her voice warm but with that faint note of authority that made even strangers feel they were in the presence of someone who missed nothing. The door opened, and Sir Henry Clithering stepped inside, his tall frame slightly stooped, but his eyes twinkling with the same vigour that had made him a legend at Scotland Yard. He carried a small bouquet of daisies, which he presented with a gallant bow. For the heroine of St. Mary Mead, he said, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Oh, Sir Henry, you are too kind, Miss Marple said, accepting the flowers with a pleased smile. But I'm hardly a heroine, just an old woman who notices things. Sir Henry chuckled as he settled into the armchair opposite her. Jane, you've outdone half the detectives in London with that trick of yours. Planting that letter was a stroke of brilliance. I've been telling Craddock he ought to take lessons from you. Miss Marple poured tea into 2 delicate china cups, her movements precise. Inspector Craddock is a fine young man, she said. He only needed a little nudge to see what was under his nose. And as for the letter, well, it was no more than what I've seen done in the village before. Do you remember old Mrs. Tuttle, who spread a rumour about her lost brooch to catch the maid pilfering her silver? It's much the same principle, sir. Henry sipped his tea, regarding her with amused admiration. You make it sound so simple, but I've seen seasoned investigators struggle with cases half as tangled as this one. Mary Bradley was no ordinary criminal. She had the whole village fooled, playing the grieving widow while plotting murder after murder. Miss Marple nodded, her expression thoughtful. Yes, Mary was clever, but cleverness can be a trap, you know. She thought she could outwit everyone, but she forgot that people talk. In a village like St. Mary Mead, secrets have a way of bubbling to the surface, like cream rising in a churn. The conversation paused as Miss Marple offered Sir Henry a scone, which he accepted with a murmur of thanks. Outside, a blackbird trilled in the garden, its song a cheerful counterpoint to the weight of their discussion. Sir Henry leaned back in his chair, his gaze drifting to the window. What I find remarkable, he said, is how you saw through her. Most people would have taken Mary at face value, a devoted wife, heartbroken by her husband's death. But you saw something else. Miss Marple's eyes twinkled behind her spectacles. It's not so difficult when you've lived as long as I have. Mary reminded me of a girl I knew in my youth, Lillian. Her name was always so kind and attentive in public, but behind closed doors, she'd twist people's words to her advantage. I remember once, at a church bazaar, she convinced everyone she'd donated a cake she'd actually bought from the baker's just to win favour. It's the same pattern charm hiding calculation. Mary's tears at the inquest were too perfect, you see, too practiced. A truly grieving widow doesn't arrange her handkerchief quite so carefully. Sir Henry laughed, shaking his head. You're incorrigible, Jane. You see more in a handkerchief than most detectives see in a crime scene. It's not the handkerchief itself, Miss Marple said, her tone gently corrective. It's what it tells you about the person holding it. Mary wanted to be seen as fragile, but her eyes were too sharp, too watchful. And then there was Clara Phelps, poor soul. That expensive brooch of hers far too fine for a housekeeper's wages. It made me wonder what she'd been paid for, and by whom. Sir Henry set his cup down, his expression turning serious. Clara's death was a nasty business, and Elsie, that poor maid. To think Mary killed them both to cover her tracks, it's chilling. Miss Marple's needles resumed their rhythmic clicking. Yes, it was cruel, but greed does strange things to people. Mary thought she could control everything: Tom's money, Clara's loyalty, even Langley's desperation. But she underestimated how much a village notices. Mrs. Price at the shop saw Clara's late-night walks. Jimmy, the lad, saw that shadowy figure near Tom's barn. Even the torn scrap of paper by the churchyard told its own story. It's all there, if you know where to look. Sir Henry leaned forward, his curiosity piqued. That scrap of paper, meet me at midnight. You were certain it was part of a larger scheme. How did you know it wasn't just a coincidence? Miss Marple smiled faintly, as if the answer were obvious. Because it didn't fit. A random note in a churchyard, near a fresh grave. No, it was too convenient. It reminded me of a time when Mrs. Eldridge, the vicar's wife, found a letter behind the organ, meant to lure her husband into a compromising situation. Blackmail, you see, always leaves a trail. That note was Mary's mistakes, she thought. It was safely destroyed, but the wind or a careless hand carried it to the churchyard. Sir Henry nodded, impressed. And you used that to build your trap. The rumor about the money in the church crypt was clever, but the letter in the library genius. You knew Mary wouldn't resist. It wasn't so much genius as understanding, Miss Marple said modestly. Mary was greedy, and greedy people are predictable. They see a chance for gain, and they take it, no matter the risk. I simply gave her an opportunity she couldn't ignore. The library was the perfect place, private, but not so private that Craddock couldn't catch her in the act. Sir Henry's eyes twinkled. Craddock's still a bit embarrassed, you know. He told me yesterday he felt like a schoolboy, being shown up by his teacher. He's grateful, though. He said to tell you he's never met anyone with your knack for seeing the truth. Miss Marple waved a hand dismissively. He's a good man, Inspector Craddock. A bit too fond of his modern methods, perhaps, but he'll learn. He reminds me of my nephew Raymond when he was younger, always rushing ahead, but willing to listen if you give him a gentle nudge. They both laughed, and for a moment the room was filled with the warmth of shared understanding. Sir Henry took another scone, breaking it apart thoughtfully. What about Hawthorne? He asked. The village had him pegged as the villain. From the start, I heard he's leaving St. Mary Mead. Yes, Miss Marple said, her tone tinged with sympathy. Poor Mr. Hawthorne. He was a convenient scapegoat, being an outsider, but he was never quite right for the part. Too tall for the figure Jimmy saw by the barn, and too cautious to leave a handkerchief with his initials lying about. I suspect he'll be glad to leave, though St. Mary Mead hasn't been kind to him. Sir Henry nodded. The village does love its gossip. I heard Mrs. Price telling anyone who'd listen that Hawthorne was mixed up in some shady business in London. No evidence, of course. Miss Marple's lips twitched. Mrs. Price is a dear, but she does embellish. It's the nature of village life. Every stranger is a mystery to be solved. But Mr. Hawthorne's only crime was being private. He wanted Tom's land for his business, yes, but he wasn't desperate enough to kill for it. Unlike Mary, who saw Tom's money as her ticket to a new life. The conversation drifted to other matters: Sir Henry's plans for a fishing trip, the latest news from Raymond and Joyce, the upcoming village fete. But Miss Marple's mind, ever active, kept circling back to the case. She thought of Mary, now awaiting trial in a London cell. Her charm and cunning no match for the bars that held her. She thought of Langley, whose weakness had made him an easy pawn, and of Clara and Elsie, whose lives had been cut short by another's greed. It was a sad business, but there was satisfaction in knowing justice had been served. As the afternoon wore on, the light in the cottage grew softer, the shadows lengthening across the room. Sir Henry glanced at his watch and sighed. "I must be off, Jane. The train to London won't wait, and I've promised my sister I'll be there for dinner." Miss Marple rose, setting her knitting aside. "It was so good of you to visit, Sir Henry. You must come again soon. Perhaps we'll have another puzzle to solve." He laughed, taking her hand. "If there's a puzzle in St. Mary Mead, I know who to call. That trick of yours planting that letter, it's the sort of thing they'll be talking about at Scotland Yard for years." "You're a marvel, Jane," she smiled, her cheeks pink with pleasure. "Oh, nonsense. It's just a matter of paying attention. Now, do take care on your journey, and give my love to your sister." Sir Henry left with a wave, his figure disappearing down the garden path. Miss Marple returned to her armchair, picking up her knitting once more. The village was quiet now, the scandal fading into memory, though she knew it would be retold over tea and pints for years to come. She thought of Mary's confession, the way her polished facade had crumbled under the weight of truth. It reminded her of another St. Mary Mead story, of a woman who had hidden her true nature behind a mask of kindness, only to be undone by her own ambition. "People never change," Miss Marple murmured to herself, her needles clicking softly. "Not really." Outside, the blackbird sang on, and the village green shimmered in the late afternoon light. Miss Marple's thoughts turned to the future, to the small mysteries that always seemed to find their way to St. Mary Mead. There would be another, she was certain, whispered rumour, a curious glance, a detail that didn't quite fit, and when it came, she would be ready, her sharp eyes and quiet wisdom waiting to unravel it. For now, though, she was content. The tea was still warm, the scones were delicious, and the world outside her window was at peace. She knitted on, the grey wool taking shape in her hands, and as the clock struck 4, she allowed herself a small, satisfied smile. Another puzzle solved, another wrong set right. In St. Mary Mead, as in life, all was as it should be.